Chapter 594. Looking at the wretched Yen Chutian, the cold smile on Zhao Han's face became even more intense. This scene made him feel extremely satisfied. If possible, he wouldn't mind continuing to tease his opponent like this for a while longer. Furthermore, this way, he should be able to completely crush his so-called self-esteem. Right? Therefore, no matter how Zhao Han changed the formation, it was only changing one pattern after another to continuously humiliate Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian gradually understood the situation. However, he didn't ruthlessly crush his self-esteem like Zhao Han thought. Instead, he quietly thought of a way to break the formation. Even if he couldn't break the formation, he should at least find an opportunity to escape from this formation. However, Yen Chutian was very clear that the difficulty of this was too great. After all, with the power of this formation, even a sixth-layer Yuanine cultivator could be killed. Therefore, in such a hurry, how could he possibly break the formation and even find a way to escape? However, apart from this, even Yen Chutian couldn't think of any other countermeasures. After all, he was the one who fell into the opponent's formation from the very beginning. One wrong move and he could lose the entire game. As he wantonly humiliated, Zhao Han became more and more unsatisfied. This was because he didn't see Yen Chutian's face filled with shame and anger. Therefore, he raised his hand seal again. From the sky above the formation, a huge hand slowly extended and ruthlessly slapped down on Yen Chutian. Pow! Yen Chutian was like a mosquito that was slapped by the huge hand. Then he was sent flying and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. He even scraped a deep mark on the ground. Such a situation made Zhao Han's cold smile become even wider. At the same time, his cold words, filled with ridicule, slowly rang out. Could it be that the champion of my Firmament God Palace's outer sect formation test only has this much strength? What's wrong, champion? Could it be that you can't even do anything to my insignificant formation? Zhao Han wantonly ridiculed. At the same time, he eagerly hoped to see the former's reaction of shame and anger. However, when he looked over, what he saw was a calm and unperturbed face. In front of this face, Zhao Han even felt that he was like a clown jumping on a beam. Therefore, Zhao Han was naturally enraged. He immediately activated the formation again and smashed Yen Chutian a few dozen feet away. After which, he seemed to have had enough of playing and finally raised his eyes once again. However, this time around, his eyes were already filled with dense killing intent. Now that things had come to this, he did not want to wait any longer. He wanted to completely erase the other party from this world. A vicious look appeared on his face. Then, Zhao Han raised his right arm and swung it down heavily. The instant it fell, the sound of a gigantic spirit formation activating slowly rang out, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold laugh. TSK, TSK, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being reckless and offending someone you shouldn't have. Boom! Above the gigantic spirit formation, a gigantic heavy sword gradually intersected. The violent spirit formation energy that surged like the wind and clouds all wrapped around it. Even the slightest surge of power was sufficient to tear space apart. It was extremely difficult to imagine just how powerful the slash of this enormous sword would be. Or perhaps it could be said that the commotion that it stirred would be enormous. However, the result was quickly revealed. As the gigantic sword slashed down, a gigantic sword shadow completely covered the area where Yen Chutian was. As it slowly descended, a huge rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. A huge energy ripple immediately surged out, tearing apart the surrounding earth and raising countless dust clouds. At this time, all the living beings in the 7 Absolute Peaks region seemed to have sensed something and raised their gazes, looking towards the source of the ripple. After a while, the commotion finally subsided. At the source of the commotion, Zhao Han stood with his hands behind his back. There was a cold expression between his brows. He didn't even look at the spirit formation because, from his point of view, Yen Chutian wouldn't be able to defend against the full power attack of the mysterious sky demon slaying formation, no matter what. In other words, the other party was already a dead person. However, what made Zhao Han feel a little uneasy was whether his attack was a little too violent. He didn't mind wiping out that ant, but if he also wiped out the secrets on his body, it would be a loss that didn't make up for it. However, since things had already reached this point, he couldn't change it. Because he slightly frowned, he once again relaxed and slowly walked towards the interior of the spirit formation. As he walked step by step, Zhao Han saw from afar that in the center of the spirit formation, there was a charred corpse whose shape was almost unrecognizable. This made the cold smile on Zhao Han's face become even wider. At the same time, the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared without a trace. The result was obvious. That ant had already died miserably in his mysterious sky demon-slaying formation. Therefore, when Zhao Han walked towards the charred corpse, he didn't hesitate and took large strides forward. However, before he could approach the charred corpse, he was shocked to see that the eyes of the charred corpse, which were originally tightly shut, suddenly opened in the next moment. In an instant, he knew that the situation wasn't right and immediately wanted to escape from the spirit formation. However, he had spent a lot of effort and even suffered heavy injuries in order to hold on until this moment. Therefore, how could Yen Chutian let him go so easily? Therefore, the moment Zhao Han wanted to escape, Yen Chutian's right hand, which was also charred black, tightly grabbed Zhao Han's ankle. Then, the power of the mysterious sun body suddenly exploded and fiercely smashed Zhao Han to the ground. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion immediately sounded. Amidst the explosion, Zhao Han's extremely angry roar could be heard. How could he accept that he was in such a sorry state in the hands of this ant? Great origin hand. In such a situation, it was already too late to activate the spirit formation. Therefore, Zhao Han immediately raised his right palm. Spiritual energy gathered on his right palm and fiercely swept towards Yen Chutian's chest. The ferocious attack pierced through space. However, Yen Chutian had even endured such a difficult situation before, so how could he be afraid now? When Zhao Han's great origin hand swept down, Yen Chutian also raised his left arm. The vigorous, mysterious sun qi was already surging and pouring down. Mysterious sun qi. When the two palms collided, an ear-splitting explosion sounded again. However, the two palms didn't separate because of this. Instead, they continued to collide. The power contained within continued to corrode each other, not giving in to each other. However, no matter how long the collision lasted, there would be a time when the victor would be decided. In less than 10 breaths, Zhao Han suddenly let out a miserable howl. Blood splattered on his right arm. This was the eruption of the mysterious sun qi. However, compared to this, Yen Chutian's situation couldn't be considered good. On his left arm, there was also blood seeping out. Previously, he was already heavily injured. Now that he was attacked again, how could his situation be good? However, Yen Chutian acted as if he didn't see his own situation. He only revealed a sinister smile on his pitch-black face as he slowly looked toward Zhao Han, who was howling miserably. When he saw the sinister smile on the former's face, even if it was Zhao Han, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, because in his eyes the other party was clearly a madman. Scram! While feeling terrified, Zhao Han let out another roar. Along with his roar, a violent energy erupted from his palm once again as he crazily struck towards Yen Chutian. However, the situation was the same as before. No matter how much power he used, it was all dissolved by Yen Chutian. At the same time, he was once again struck by Yen Chutian's mysterious sun qi. This time he couldn't help but spurt out blood from his mouth as he staggered. All of this had already caused Zhao Han to panic. He felt that if this continued, he might really die in the hands of this madman. Therefore, he couldn't care about anything else and immediately activated the formation. The violent formation energy gathered above the two of them, transforming into a huge cold sword that flickered with cold light. Even if this huge sword formation didn't move, the aura that spread out seemed to be enough to tear space apart. It was enough to imagine that the power of this sword wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the attack from before. With the huge sword suspended in the air, Zhao Han seemed to have recovered some of his confidence. He turned to coldly look at Yan Chutian, who was still pestering him, and coldly shouted, "Madman, if you don't know what's good for you, I will definitely." However, before Zhao Han could finish his words, Yan Chutian's powerful attack came once again. He didn't care about the huge sword above his head at all. Zhao Han miserably dodged the attack. He wanted to scream in his heart. Could it be that the guy in front of him was really not afraid of death? Chapter 595. Zhao Han simply wanted to roar. He simply couldn't understand. Could it be that this wretched ant in front of him really wasn't afraid of death? Didn't he know that if he controlled the sword array to descend a little more, he could completely kill him? Was Yan Chutian really not afraid of death? The answer was no. He was afraid of death. He was very, very afraid of death. He hadn't stopped the deity realm's conspiracy, and he hadn't seen his master. Most importantly, Qiuyu was in danger again because of him. He hadn't saved her yet. How could he die like this? But even if he was afraid of death, he knew too well that Zhao Han wouldn't show him any mercy. So he could only bet that Zhao Han was more afraid of death than him and couldn't afford to risk his life. This was the only way he could find a chance of survival. Looking at Zhao Han's reaction and the attack that was floating above his head, he didn't dare to descend. Yan Chutian knew that he had made the right bet. Knowing that he had made the right bet, he didn't hesitate at all. He raised his black face that was mixed with charred blood and punched Zhao Han's chest again. Mysterious yang energy. No matter how Zhao Han tried to resist, he was ultimately not Yan Chutian's match in terms of physical strength and close combat. Years of pride in the Tao of formations had already caused him to almost forget when was the last time he had engaged in a fierce, close combat battle. So even though his cultivation wasn't weak and he was about to step into the 6th level of the Yuanying technique, he couldn't withstand a single blow from Yan Chutian. Bang! After being punched by Yan Chutian again, Zhao Han couldn't hold back the blood in his mouth and spat it out again. But before he could recover, a fatal and dangerous aura immediately attacked him. He had no choice but to circulate his qi to block it again. But so what if he blocked it? In the end, he was still blasted away by Yan Chutian dozens of feet away. Then Yan Chutian's ferocious attacks followed like a maggot attached to a bone. He was in an extremely sorry state and had suffered great injuries. However, Zhao Han was unable to harden his heart and control the formation to bring down the giant sword. Because at such a close distance, he couldn't control whether or not he would be affected. As someone who was well aware of the might of his own formation, he was well aware of how powerful this attack would be. He didn't have the confidence to resist at all. However, how could he be willing to be buried together with the ants in his eyes on the 7 absolute peaks? Although he could not harden his heart, Zhao Han could vaguely see through Yan Chutian's thoughts. This caused him to curse the other party in his heart for being treacherous and cunning. However, in the end, he couldn't change his mind. However, he would naturally not foolishly allow himself to enter a hopeless situation. Thus, at a certain moment, he clenched his teeth and activated the spirit formation again. Under Zhao Han's urging, the originally ferocious giant formation suddenly became extremely unstable. The power that spread out was even more empty. Layers upon layers were torn apart, and it was difficult to retract them. As a formation cultivator, Yan Chutian knew very well what was going on. Zhao Han wanted to self-destruct the formation. Moreover, he was extremely cunning. Although he wanted to detonate the formation, he didn't do it immediately. Instead, he let the formation shrink its power and then completely detonate it. In such a situation, it was obvious that Zhao Han already knew that Yan Chutian wasn't really courting death. However, If he continued to pester him without regard for anything else, the result would be both sides dying. One had to admit that Zhao Han wasn't stupid. He retreated in order to advance and directly handed the initiative to Yan Chutian. Of course, Yan Chutian didn't really want to die. Thus, the moment he knew that Zhao Han was going to detonate the formation, he immediately fled outside the formation. As for Zhao Han himself, he fled even faster than Yan Chutian. His body turned into a streak of light and almost tore the space apart. While the two of them were frantically fleeing, the great formation that had shrunk, its power finally exploded after a moment. The turbulent, fluctuating power instantly shattered the layers of space. Like a storm, it quickly spread out to the surrounding area. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of almost all the living beings in the 7 extremity peaks. No matter how fast Yan Chutian fled, he was still affected by the aftershocks of the self-destruction. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was like a cannonball, falling straight to the ground in front of him. He didn't know how long he had been smashed before he landed heavily on the ground, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Only then did he gradually come to a stop. However, at this time, Yan Chutian had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The fluctuations raged for a long time before it finally subsided. After an unknown amount of time, 2 figures approached from afar. Looking at Yan Chutian, who was lying on the ground, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The younger one, who was still childish, couldn't help but say to himself in shock, that huge commotion on the 7 extremity peaks just now, was it caused by you? However, Yan Chutian was already unconscious and naturally couldn't answer his question. At the same time, the more mature woman behind the young man had the same shock in her beautiful eyes. However, after thinking for a while, she finally shook her head gently. This should be a pitiful person who was affected by the explosion. With such a huge destructive commotion, not to mention her, even her father would die without a doubt if he experienced it. The person in front of her, although in a very sorry state, seemed to be about the same age as her. "Little Che, save him and bring him back," the woman said softly. Hearing this, the young man didn't refute and directly carried the unconscious Yan Chutian on his back. He followed the woman's footsteps and headed out of the 7 extremity peaks. As the night grew late, a man and a woman returned to an extremely grand manner. Many people were not surprised to see the woman and the young man bring back a dying man, because they were all used to it. They were already aware of the kindness of the young lady and the young man. In the past, they had already saved many people. However, what pained them was that if saving a life was more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda, then why did such a difficult thing happen to the young lady and to their Bailey family? After the young man cleaned the dying Yan Chutian, the woman walked up and sensed the former's injuries. When she sensed it, her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with shock. This was because she found it hard to imagine that a person who had suffered such heavy injuries was actually still alive and still had a breath of life. Regarding this, she wasn't confident that she could heal the other party. She could only do her best to treat his injuries. After an entire night, the woman and the young man finally walked out of the room together. Seeing the woman's slightly haggard face, the young woman couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. She hurriedly said, "Big sis, in order to save him, you used up a lot of energy. Quickly go and rest." However, hearing this, the woman's beautiful eyes slightly changed. She then calmed herself down and slowly said, "There's no time. I have to quickly go into seclusion to cultivate and see if I can step into the 2nd layer of the Yuaning technique as soon as possible." The young man knew why the woman was so anxious, so he felt even more heartache. "Big sis, the Zhou family is too much of a bully then." However, before the young man could finish speaking, the woman lightly shook her head and slowly said, "Xiao Che, stop talking." "Little Che, don't say any more. This is how the world is." Following this, the woman didn't say anything else. She turned around and slowly left, heading towards her own seclusion. Looking at the woman's back, the young man tightly clenched his right fist. However, after a long time, he could only helplessly release it. This was because he knew all too well that he was too weak to do anything about his big sister's situation. Under such circumstances, time quickly passed. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. However, after 3 days, Yen Chutian was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. However, on the 3rd day in the entire Yangtian city, something happened that caught everyone's attention. The young master of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Lai, was going to fight with the eldest daughter of the Bailey family, Bailey Siyue. If Bailey Siyue lost, she would have to marry the former. As for if the young master of the Zhuo family lost, no one cared because in their eyes, the young master of the Zhuo family would win, without a doubt. Moreover, this fight wasn't fair to begin with. Even if the Bailey family won, so what? It wouldn't change the final result. The Zhuo family was simply too strong. This time, they had already set their sights on the Bailey family. In the central square of Yangtian City, countless people had already gathered. On both sides of the central stage, there were people from the Bailey family and the Zhuo family. The person leading the Zhuo family was a haggard old man. However, everyone knew that this old man, who looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, was the Zhuo family's biggest trump card. Moreover, if it weren't for his sudden return, the Zhuo family wouldn't have attacked the Bailey family. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 596. The withered old man slowly opened his narrow eyes. He swept his gaze across the crowd and finally looked at the Bailey clan on the other side of the arena. However, in his eyes, these people did not cause the slightest ripple in his heart. This was because these people were just chickens and pottery dogs in his eyes. If he did not care about his reputation, he could have used his remaining strength to swallow up the Bailey clan. At the same time, looking at the disdainful old man, everyone in the Bailey clan could not help but clench their fists tightly. Their hearts were filled with anger. However, after their anger subsided, most of them helplessly loosened their right fists. This was because they knew how powerful this old man was. One had to know that even the Bailey clan master had been injured by this old man and had not recovered yet. At the front of the Bailey clan, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. However, anyone with a bit of eyesight would know that he was injured. He was Bailey Tufeng. At this moment, Bailey Tufeng's expression was extremely complicated. Although he was the clan master, he loved his children very much. However, today he was forced by the other party to decide his daughter's marriage through a battle. How could he not be angry? However, no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. Even if he did not fear the clan master of the Zhuo clan, Zhu Yan, he was not a match for the Zhuo clan's ancestor who had just returned. Zhuo Yan had probably stepped into the 5th level of yuanying. However, he himself was only at the 4th level of yuanying. He knew very well that if the other party really made a move, the Bailey clan would probably be wiped out in an instant. Back to the main topic, the two parties had already arrived at their positions. Near noon, from the Zhuo clan's group, a red-haired figure leaped up and landed in the middle of the arena. The red-haired young man's aura was extremely strong. Just the aura that spread out was enough to suppress many of the surrounding people. He was the young master of the Zhou clan, Zhuo Lai. Zhuo Lai's eyes flickered with a strange red light as he slowly looked at the other side of the arena. Although she was standing in the Bailey clan's group, she was still extremely eye-catching and beautiful. There was no man who did not love beautiful women. Zhuo Lai was the same. Because of that, his eyes were filled with a greedy expression. At the same time, Bailey Suyu, who had sensed Zhuo Lai's gaze, moved her beautiful eyes slightly. A thick sense of disgust immediately appeared on her charming face. However, she knew that today's matter concerned the life and death of the Bailey clan, so she could not avoid it no matter what. Immediately after, she gently tapped her foot on the ground. With a flash of her delicate body, she appeared on the stage. He looked at Zhuo Lai with an extremely cold gaze. Bailey Suyue's words were just as cold. Zhuo, today I will accept my loss. However, if you lose, I hope that your Zhuo family will also accept their loss. For at least 10 years, you will not touch my Bailey family again." Zhuo Lai's mouth twitched. With a smile, he said, "Suyu, you can rest assured. Since the ancestor has agreed to this matter, he naturally has a fixed amount. But I'm going to disappoint you because there won't be a chance for the Zhuo family to admit defeat today." Although Bailey Suyue's face was expressionless, she could not help but sigh when she heard Zhuo Lai's words. She knew that Zhuo Lai did not make it clear because he wanted to leave some leeway. However, even if she knew, what could she do? The strength of the Zhuo family's ancestor had already stepped into the 5th layer of the Yuanying realm. No one in the Bailey clan was his match. Therefore, even if she knew, there was nothing she could do. Just as she was sighing in her heart, Zhuo Lai's pretentious smile sounded out again. "Suyu, why do you have to do this? Isn't the marriage between your Bailey family and my Zhuo family a joyous matter? From now on, with my Zhuo family around, who would dare to provoke your Bailey family?" However, this time, Bailey Suyue did not wait for him to finish his words. She stomped on the ground and her beautiful figure shot out, heading straight for Zhuo Lai. Vigorous qi dynamic force twined around her jade-like hands. Although it appeared soft, one would only know how sharp this qi dynamic force was if one carefully sensed it. Bang! The dull sound of their palms colliding rang out. When their palms collided, both of them took a few steps back. As Zhuo Lai retreated, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. This was because he sensed that his opponent's aura seemed to have stepped into the 2nd layer of the Yuanying realm. "Haha, congratulations, Suyu. We haven't seen each other in such a short time. But you've also stepped into the 2nd layer of the Yuanying realm. However, if you think that you can defeat me just because you've stepped into the 2nd layer of the Yuanying realm, then you've underestimated me." At the last moment, Zhuo Lai's tone suddenly changed. He took the initiative and his right foot stomped on the ground. Like a wild beast, he charged towards Yan Chutian. The qi that surged along with it was also extremely violent. Moreover, it faintly showed the shape of a lion or tiger. Even the surrounding space trembled unceasingly. Bailey Suyue knew Zhuo Lai's strength too well. Even if she had stepped into the 2nd layer of the Yuanying realm, he would not dare to let his guard down. When she saw her opponent's violent attack, she became even more serious. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands. The raging energy surged up and wrapped around her body. It slowly condensed into a spiritual mountain. She hid in this spiritual mountain, as if it was enough to avoid thousands of attacks. However, when Zhuo Lai's attack truly descended, the spiritual mountain could not hold on for long before it was easily torn apart. Bailey Suyue did not expect her defense to be torn apart so easily. However, she was prepared. She immediately raised her jade-like hands and formed a seal. Profound spirit silver screen. Thousands of energy gathered in front of her and finally condensed into a silver screen. On the silver screen, there was a silver aura that constantly circulated. This silver aura was able to dissolve the descending attacks in the shortest time possible. It was an extremely powerful defensive method. Immediately after, the silver screen also displayed its power. No matter how dense the descending attacks were, they could not advance any further in front of the silver screen. After several failed attacks, Zhuo Lai quietly retreated several steps and stared at the silver screen in front of Bailey Suyue. Although he couldn't do anything before, there was no ugly expression on his face now. This was because he knew that although this defensive method was not weak, it was not invincible. Moreover, he happened to have a method to counter it to a certain extent. "Suyue, your defensive method is indeed mysterious. The constantly circulating silver aura can dissolve almost all attacks. It is extremely mysterious. However, no matter how strange a defensive method is, there will always be flaws. I have a method that can counter your profound spirit silver screen. As his voice fell, a cold light flashed across Zhuo Lai's face. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. As his eyes opened again, a wisp of grayish-white aura quietly emerged from his palm. He slowly raised his palm and allowed the grayish-white aura to gather in his palm. Zhuo Lai's face was filled with pride. This is the corrosive origin chi. Although it can't corrode everything in the world, it shouldn't be a problem to use it to corrode your silver screen. Before his voice fell and before Bailey Siwa could respond, he suddenly shot out and appeared in front of her in an instant. Then, under her gaze, Zhuo Lai, who was sneering, slammed his palm down. The seemingly ordinary palm landed on the silver screen. However, a vast and mighty grayish-white aura rapidly spread out. In almost a few breaths, the grayish-white aura covered the entire silver screen. At the same time, Bailey Siwa's face suddenly changed because she could clearly feel the terrifying corrosive power spreading out from the grayish-white aura. She could feel that the silver aura circulating on the silver screen was constantly weakening because of the corrosive power. If this continued, her profound spirit silver screen would probably really shatter. Therefore, before the silver screen was completely shattered, Bailey Siwa waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, a vigorous aura gathered and turned into a huge spiritual pillar that descended. However, Zhuo Lai had already expected this. With a light step, he easily dodged the attacks one by one. Then he slowly withdrew his palm and looked at Bailey Siwa with a smile in his eyes. Siwa, you are still not my opponent. Let's stop here. Hearing Zhuo Lai's words, Bailey Siwa's face finally revealed an unconcealable look. Her opponent's strength was really beyond her expectations. Even if she had stepped into the second stage of the Yuaning technique, it was still difficult for her. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 597. However, no matter how difficult it was, she, Bailey Siwa, had to win today's battle. Not only did it decide her own fate, it also decided the fate of her family. At the same time, the crowd around the square couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads as they watched this scene. Compared to the Zhuo family, the Bailey family gave them a much better impression. As for Bailey Siwa, she was naturally much better than the overbearing Zhuo Lai. Thus, they naturally didn't want to see Bailey Siwa being defeated by Zhuo Lai and being forced to marry him. However, although they didn't want to, they had to admit that Zhuo Lai was truly powerful. Even if Bailey Siwa had unexpectedly stepped into the second layer of the Yuaning realm, it would be difficult for her to be his opponent. Haha. Siwa, why waste your effort? Why don't you just admit defeat? At the same time, Zhuo Lai pretended to be regretful. However, the expression that he revealed was incomparably cold. Although he didn't like women who resign themselves to adversity, the fact that Bailey Siwa didn't know what was good for her made him feel some hatred in his heart. Following which, he didn't hesitate anymore. His right foot lightly stepped on the ground and his body disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Bailey Siwa. He punched out and a majestic aura surged out. Even the space around him shattered layer by layer under the fist, and waves of violent tearing power filled the air. How could Bailey Siwa dare to underestimate such power? She quickly raised her jade-like hand, and the silver screen that was already showing signs of collapse was once again raised. However, the silver screen couldn't be as unparalleled as before. As the violent power descended, the grayish-white gas was also mixed within it. Thus, ear-piercing shattering sounds could be heard continuously. In a short few breaths, the silver screen had completely collapsed and shattered into nothingness. However, the remaining power didn't decrease and continued to explode towards Bailey Siwa, aiming for her forehead. Bailey Siwa was in a very sorry state. Only then did she manage to block the attack. However, after that, she appeared even more miserable than before. Seeing this, Zhuo Lai's eyes were strangely cold. There wasn't the slightest bit of concern in them. He took a step forward and walked closer to Bailey Siwa. He slowly said, "Bailey Siwa, I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat now. Otherwise, no matter how much I, Zhuo Lai, love you, I cannot guarantee that you won't lose an arm or a leg." Zhuo Lai's threat was obvious, and Bailey Tufeng clenched his right fist as he gathered his strength. His daughter, whom he had always doted on, had actually encountered such a situation. The one who felt the most heartache was still him, the father. Bailey Suche's face was also ashen. He really wanted to rush up to the arena immediately and tear that Zhuo Lai to pieces. However, after the anger, what appeared in his heart was helplessness, because he knew very well that he was truly too weak. Not to mention not being a match for Zhuo Lai, he was not even a match for his younger brother, Zhuo Hong. Facing Zhuo Lai's face, Bailey Siwa did not show any fear, even though she was in a sorry state with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Then she laughed out loud. An unprecedented look of disdain appeared on her charming face. "Zhuo Lai, you're not worthy to be my man." Thick mockery spread. Although there was no change in Zhuo Lai's expression, the aura he emitted was clearly several times more berserk than before. Soon after, he let out a cold laugh, after which he gently raised his hand. The surging chi energy contained a trace of extremely terrifying tearing intent. The appearance of this scene involuntarily caused the crowd to be slightly startled. This was because they knew all too well that this was the strongest spirit art hidden away by the Zhuo family. Even the head of the Zhuo family had not mastered it. They had only seen it when Zhuo Yan returned. They did not expect that Zhuo Lai had also mastered this spiritual art. It was also at this moment that Zhuo Lai finally laughed coldly. His tone contained a fury that was difficult to hide. "Very well. Today, I'll let you know whether I, Zhuo Lai, am qualified to be your man." Scarlet flame devouring soul. A fierce roar sounded out. In the next moment, from the center of Zhuo Lai's palm, with a terrifying tearing intent originated, strands of terrifying scarlet flames that could burn space continuously spread out. Every terrifying scarlet flame shot towards Bailey Siwa. They converged in the air, separated, and converged again. Only when they appeared in the air above the ladder did the intertwining scarlet flames transform into a huge fire serpent with a bloody mouth. It directly descended towards Bailey Siwa. Such a terrifying spiritual art. Although it was not comparable to the power displayed by the Zhuo family's ancestor, Zhuyan, it was probably something that even a Yuaniing level 3 cultivator would have to take seriously. Thus, the crowd could not help but worry. What would Bailey Siwa use to block such a terrifying spiritual art attack? However, the crowd was shocked to find that in the face of Zhuo Lai's terrifying attack, Bailey Siwa did not show any signs of wanting to block. She just stood there quietly, waiting for the attack to descend. Such a scene had already made some people keenly aware that she was probably seeking death. In fact, Bailey Siwa was indeed seeking death because she knew that in the end, she was still no match for Zhuo Lai. Moreover, she did not want to marry Zhuo Lai, nor did she want to watch the Bailey family be swallowed up. Perhaps her death was irresponsible, but she had no better choice. At the same time, seeing that his beloved daughter was seeking death, how could Bailey Tufeng still hold back? He immediately shot up to save his daughter. However, just as he was about to move, a majestic force descended on him first, forcibly suppressing him to the point where he could not move an inch forward. He knew too well who this force belonged to. Other than the Zhuo family's ancestor, Zhuyan, who else could it be? Zhuyan, you've gone too far. Looking at his face, Zhuyan did not even bat an eyelid. He only spoke in an extremely cold tone. Since your daughter does not know how to appreciate kindness, so be it if she dies. Just as well, your Bailey family should be merged into my Zhuo family. You. Bailey Tufeng still wanted to say something, but at the same time the huge mouth of the fire snake had already swallowed Bailey Siwa. Zhuo Lai did not want this to happen, but there was nothing he could do about it. The soul-devouring red flame was extremely powerful, but even he, the master of it, could not control it at will. Therefore, he could not help but shake his head, helplessly. After all, he was still somewhat attracted to Bailey Siwa. Unfortunately, under his soul-devouring red flame, not even ashes would be left behind. The devouring fire serpents wreaked havoc for more than a moment before slowly dissipating. Looking at this scene, many onlookers could not help but sigh softly. In their opinion, Bailey Siwa was definitely going to die, and today would be the day that the Bailey family would be wiped out. From now on, the Zhuo family would be the most powerful family in Yangtian City. Who would dare to go against them? However, in the next moment, the sharp-eyed crowd was shocked to see that there seemed to be a figure in the center where the fire snake had dissipated. This caused their expressions to change slightly because it was extremely difficult for them to imagine what kind of person or thing could survive the terrifying power of the scarlet soul-devouring flames. However, the more they stared, the clearer they could see that there were indeed two figures in the center where the fire snake had raged. It was a man and a woman, and the woman in the man's embrace was none other than Bailey Siwa, who had wanted to die earlier on. That scene not only caused the crowd's expressions to change, but it also caused Bailey Siwa's expression to change. She did not expect that someone would dare to save her from this place. Could it be that he didn't know what kind of terrifying enemy her Bailey clan was facing today? She raised her head slightly and looked at the face of the man who was hugging her. With just one glance, Bailey Siwa's expression changed again. This was because the man she had saved was the dying man she had saved from the 7 ceaseless peak. "It's you." "Ha, Miss Siwa, thank you for saving my life that day." The man, who was Yan Chutian, said with a faint smile. When he had fainted that day, his life was hanging by a thread, and anyone could easily take his life. Therefore, he was very grateful to Bailey Siwa and Bailey, such who had saved him. That was why, after he had woken up and heard from the servants that the Bailey family was in trouble today, he had immediately rushed over. Fortunately, he had made it in time at the last moment. Chapter 598. Although Zhuo Lai was very glad that Bailey Siwa did not fall like this, looking at the other side of the ring, the ambiguous posture of the man and woman, he suddenly felt like he had been cuckolded. Moreover, he seemed to have suddenly understood why she was unwilling to marry him. It turned out that she already had a gigolo. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his right arm and a violent force surged out from his hand. It went straight for Yan Chutian's back. At the same time, although she was surprised that it was Yan Chutian who saved her, she immediately sensed that he was only at the first level of yuanying. Wasn't he looking for death by appearing here with such strength? Seeing that Zhuo Lai had already made his move, Bailey Siwa quickly jumped out and appeared behind Yan Chutian. She condensed a silver screen to block it. At the same time, she hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and leave. This is not a place you should be." Hearing this, Yan Chutian could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He did not expect to be looked down upon as soon as he appeared. Moreover, this person was the person he wanted to save. However, he also knew that this was because the other party did not know his strength. Well, no one would think that a cultivator at the first level of yuanying was strong when they suddenly saw him. When Bailey Siwa stood in front of Yan Chutian, Zhuo Lai was even more furious. His roaring anger was about to overflow from his eyes. In his eyes, the two of them were acting like a pair of adulterers. "Both of you go to hell." With a furious roar, he activated the soul-devouring crimson flame again. The turbulent force gathered crazily and transformed into a sky full of flames that attacked again. When the huge fire snake appeared again, a trace of helplessness flashed across Bailey Siwa's pretty face. She could not block this attack before, and it was the same now. However, at this moment, she faintly felt that she seemed to have missed out on something. "Miss Siwa, you saved my life. Today, I, Yan Yin, will help you out of danger." At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in her ears. It also made her suddenly realize that she had missed out on something. She suddenly recalled that the soul-devouring scarlet flames from before had been blocked by him. However, he was only at the first stage of yuaniying. How could he block an attack that even a third-stage yuaniying practitioner had to take seriously? However, no one could give her an answer. The only thing she could see was a slightly thin figure suddenly appearing in front of her. He appeared in front of the fire snake that was opening its bloody mouth to devour her. Looking at this attack, Yan Chutian couldn't help but faintly smile. This level of spirit art was not bad, but to him it was nothing. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gently extended his right palm. Everyone who saw this scene found it hard to understand. Could it be that this was also a guy who wanted to die? Only a few people, such as Bailey Tufeng and the head of the Zhuo family, were shocked at this moment. Soon, everyone understood what Yan Chutian's intentions were. The massive fire snake that was wreaking havoc couldn't move an inch forward in front of the slowly extended right palm. Soon after, Yan Chutian's right palm lightly shook as a faint spiritual energy vortex gradually emerged. Under the rotation of this spiritual energy vortex, the fire serpent continuously shrunk and was finally caught in the palm of Yan Chutian. The aggressive soul devouring scarlet flames was easily caught in the palm of someone's hand. Everyone in the crowd was instantly dumbfounded, and there was no longer any expression on their faces. Shortly after, cries of surprise could be heard everywhere, shaking the entire Yangtian city. How is this possible? Zhuo Lai's soul-devouring scarlet flames was easily countered. His aura is clearly at the first stage of yuaniying. How can he be so powerful? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Similarly, looking at Yan Chutian in front of her, who had easily countered the soul-devouring scarlet flames, Bailey Siwa's beautiful eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Not only her, but her father, Bailey Tufeng, was also the same. Moreover, only someone like him could sense that the opponent's strength had probably reached the fourth stage of yuaniying. However, his cultivation aura seemed to be only at the first stage of yuaniying. How could he display such powerful strength? The scene changed back to Yan Chutian, who was easily holding the fire snake in his hand, and then swung his hand. However, this simple swing of his hand caused Zhuo Lai's face to be filled with disbelief and horror. This was because he knew too well the power of the soul-devouring scarlet flames, and he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. However, the fire snake was simply too fast. No matter how fast he ran, he was immediately caught up. At such a critical moment, he didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "Father, save me! Ancestor, save me!" In fact, there was no need for him to open his mouth, as a torrent of spiritual energy had already descended from the sky. No matter how the fiery serpents rushed up, they could only continuously overturn themselves, unable to cause the slightest bit of damage. When the brilliance of the fire snake was exhausted, the torrent of spirit energy also gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of a well-built, middle-aged man behind it. His name was Zhuo Ren, and he was the head of the Zhuo family. Standing in front of Zhuo Lai, Zhuo Ren stared coldly at Yan Chutian and slowly said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect that the Zhuo family's child would find such a lover like you." Hearing Zhuo Ren's insults, Yan Chutian's face suddenly turned cold. With a heavy step, he suddenly shot towards the former. Seeing that the other party was so easily provoked, the corners of Zhuo Ren's mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. He admitted that the other party's strength was extraordinary, but to attack him so impulsively was a little too arrogant. At the same time, seeing that Yan Chutian actually attacked Zhuo Ren in such a manner, even though the surrounding crowd was shocked by Yan Chutian's performance a moment ago, at this moment there were many people who secretly scolded him for his stupidity. What kind of person was Zhuo Ren? He was the head of the Zhuo family. Could it be that the other party thought of him as someone like Zhuo Lai? Boom! Without any time to think, the collision of Yan Chutian and Zhuo Ren's palm heavily rang out. But soon after, an extremely miserable roar suddenly rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble once again. Because this miserable roar seemed to have originated from Zhuo Lai, everyone looked over. Sure enough, a few feet away, Zhuo Lai was miserably lying on the ground. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, and his aura was weak. At the same time, Zhuo Ren's expression became extremely ugly, because the other party had actually heavily injured his son right under his nose. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of astonishment grew in his heart. This was because even now he was somewhat unable to understand how the other party had managed to injure Zhuo Lai while attacking him at the same time. Is this strength only limited to the 4th level of the Yuanying sect? At the same time, the surrounding crowd was deeply shocked once again. It was simply impossible for them to imagine that the outcome would be like this. At the same time, Bailey Tufing's heart was also shaken. Then he suddenly realized that today might be an opportunity. After all, if he did not resist, he would only be annexed. Therefore, why not take this opportunity to take a gamble? In the blink of an eye, Bailey Tufing took a step forward and directly appeared on the arena. He looked coldly at Zhuo Ren. Bailey Tufing's sudden action caused Zhuo Ren's eyes to turn cold. Then his face darkened as he slowly suppressed his anger and slowly spoke in a low voice. Bailey Tufing, are you courting death today? Do you think that you can go against the Zhuo family just because you found such a guy? Humph. Zhuo Lai, today either you die or I die. All members of the Bailey family, listen up. Today, the Bailey family declares war against the Zhuo family. Bailey Tufing had declared war against the Zhuo family as quickly as he could. His prestige was extraordinary, and when he raised his arm, all the members of the Bailey family responded to his call. This was because everyone clearly knew that the Zhuo family had never been kind to them. Even if they did not resist, they would only be annihilated. Therefore, why did they not resist? At the same time, Bailey Tufing suddenly declared war. Although he had expected this, Zhuo Ren was very clear that if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Yan Chutan, the situation wouldn't have escalated to such an extent. Therefore, at this moment, he really wanted to kill Yan Chutian as soon as possible. Chapter 599. On the square of Yangtian City, a tense atmosphere quickly spread, causing the surrounding crowd to subconsciously retreat, only daring to look from afar. They knew that the Bailey clan and the Zhuo clan were going to have a huge battle. The winner would be the sole overlord of Yangtian City in the future. The outcome of the loser was obvious. He was destined to die. Therefore, under such an atmosphere, the crowd couldn't help but guess which side would have the last laugh. After thinking about it for a while, even if there was a powerhouse who was siding with the Bailey clan was still a little weaker than the Zhuo clan. After all, the ancestor of the Zhuo clan, Zhuyen, who had just returned, was at stage 5 of the Yuanying clan. He was extremely powerful. At the same time, Zhuo Ren looked away from Yan Chutian. He could not wait to get rid of Yan Chutian. Zhuo Ren's gaze fell on Bailey Tufing again. Looking at the head of the Bailey family, the person who had fought with him for many years, he suddenly laughed loudly. Good, since you don't know the difference between life and death, then today will be the day your Bailey family is exterminated. Welcome, ancestor. Many of the Zhuo clan's disciples, including Zhuo Ren, followed Zhuo Ren's respectful words. Those who were of lower status half knelt or even knelt down. Amidst the respectful voices, the ancestor of the Zhuo clan, Zhuyen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes under the gazes of the crowd. He looked at Yan Chutian and ignored Bailey Tufing. He knew very well that Bailey Tufing was no match for him. Bailey Tufing had not even fully recovered from the injuries he had inflicted on Bailey Tufing. The only thing he cared about was this strange young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. But even he couldn't figure him out. He was only at stage 1 of the Yuanying clan, but the strength he displayed was comparable to a stage 4 of the Yuanying clan, or even stronger. This was something he had never seen or even heard of before. However, even though he was shocked, Zhu Yan did not feel any fear in his heart. This was because he was too confident in his own strength. Even if the other party had the strength of a level 5 Yuanying, he was not afraid. Therefore, after the respectful greetings of the Zhuo family disciples sounded, he directly rushed towards Yan Chuan. His palm strike seemed ordinary, but in reality it contained so much power that even a Yuanying stage for cultivator would find it hard to defend against it. Yan Chutian's expression did not change when he saw the other party silently launch an attack towards him. However, before the attack completely descended, he also sent out a palm strike. It looked like a simple attack, but what was secretly circulating was not only the power of qi, but also the power of the physical body and the mysterious yang qi. Bang! When the palms met, a dull rumbling sound resounded. However, everyone was shocked to find that both sides there were no signs of defeat. The palms still collided with each other, and at the same time, a huge, turbulent aura crazily surged out. After a full 10 breaths of time, the two of them finally retreated. Every step Yan Chutian took back, he would leave a hole in the ground. The hole in the last step was half a foot deep. Compared to Yan Chutian, Zhu Yan's situation was clearly much better. However, even so, this scene still caused a huge shock to everyone. After all, everyone could clearly see that Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the first level of the Yuanying stage. However, with such a cultivation, not only was he able to clash head-on with the Zhuo family's head, he was even able to clash head-on with the Zhuo family's ancestor. He was still safe and sound, only showing that he was at a disadvantage. How could his true strength surpass his cultivation by so much? Is he really only at the first level of the Yuanying stage? He can actually clash head-on with the Zhuo family's ancestor? I'm afraid his true strength is comparable to the 5th level of the Yuanying stage. It's hard to imagine how he could possess such great strength. The sounds of discussion from the surrounding crowd kept ringing out. Amidst this discussion, the expression of the Zhuo family's ancestor, Zhu Yan, also changed slightly. Only when they truly fought did he realize that the strangeness of this young man in front of him seemed to be beyond his expectations. However, immediately after, an even more intense killing intent flashed across his face. No matter who the other party was or where he came from, since he had made a move today, he would definitely not let him off. Otherwise, as long as he was a little stronger, even he would not be a match for him. Scarlet blood palm. With that thought, Zhu Yan suddenly waved his palm. As he raised his palm, a majestic wave of blood suddenly appeared and gradually condensed into a giant 5-fingered palm in the sky. The scarlet wave of blood surged, and the power of the bloody palm also fluctuated. The majestic power that spread out was enough to shatter the space. Since he had already made his move, Zhu Yan naturally did not hesitate. He immediately controlled the bloody palm to descend on Yan Chutian. Seeing this, Yan Chutian's eyes narrowed slightly. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Perhaps an ordinary cultivator at the 4th level of the Yuanying stage would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, such a restriction did not apply to him. This was because he could not be measured by ordinary standards. As Yan Chutian and Zhu Yan fought fiercely, Bailey Tufing naturally did not hesitate. His sharp gaze suddenly shot toward Zhuoren, who was 10 feet away from him. Although Yan Chutian's performance had already shocked him, Bailey Tufing still believed that he was no match for Zhu Yan. Therefore, he should take advantage of the fact that they were still fighting to defeat Zhuoren as soon as possible, so that he could free up his hands and work together with Zhuoren. Attack Zhu Yan from both sides. In Bailey Tufing's opinion, this was the only way that he could have a chance to truly defeat Zhu Yan. Boom! Bailey Tufing's palm suddenly tore through the space and went straight for Zhuoren's chest. Upon seeing this scene, Zhuoren immediately unleashed his attack. Although it appeared to be a simple finger attack, the aura that surged forth was sufficient to easily tear apart space itself. The palm and the finger collided, and both of them immediately retreated a few steps. As they retreated, Zhuoren sneered, his face full of mockery. "Bailey Tufing, you have already been injured by the Patriarch, and now you dare to take the initiative to attack me? I think you are courting death." Bailey Tufing sneered when he heard this. His aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more violent. "Zhuoren, even if I, Bailey Tufing, am severely injured, you are still no match for me, let alone such a small injury. Today will be the doomsday of the evil doings of the Zhuo family." Boom! Violent attacks erupted again, and the two of them continued to exchange blows. Every time they clashed, an extremely powerful aura would surge out. In just a few breaths, the battle between the two of them had reached a white-hot level. At the same time, the fierce battle between the disciples of the Bailey family and the Zhuo family did not break out. This was because both sides knew that the battle between them would not decide anything. Only the battle between the two family heads, the mysterious young man, and the patriarch of the Zhuo family would decide the final result. Bailey Siyue raised her head and stared intently at Yan Chutian, who was fighting with the patriarch of the Zhuo family. Deep in her beautiful eyes, there was an unconcealable sense of shock that continuously flowed out. At this time, she suddenly realized that one of the people who had caused such a shocking commotion in the 7 ceaseless peaks that day was probably him. Understanding that, Bailey Siyue instead rejoiced that she had saved him that day, because inadvertently she had saved someone who could possibly change her own fate, as well as the fate of the Bailey family. However, Bailey Siyue was still not sure if Yan Chutian could defeat Zhu Yan. This was because the patriarch of the Zhuo family had shown his powerful side since he had returned to the Zhuo family. That valiant strength was something that even his father was no match for. Furthermore, his father had been injured by him and had yet to recover from his injuries. Therefore, was it really possible for him to defeat the patriarch of the Zhuo family? The scene changed, and Yan Chutian was still fighting with the patriarch of the Zhuo family. Violent energy surged out, shaking the space and shattering it layer by layer. However, after retreating again and again, Zhu Yan's face finally revealed a hint of coldness. Following that, he spoke mockingly. "You are indeed unexpected, but if this is all you have, then you will die in my hands today." Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 600. Zhuo Yan's mocking voice slowly faded away. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhuo Yan slowly lifted his palms. Wisps of blood-red aura continuously spread out from his palms. Gradually, the blood-red aura continuously gathered. Vaguely, a blood bead that exuded a bloody and ferocious aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. As the blood bead appeared, an enormous pressure also spread between the heavens and the earth. It was enough to oppress everyone present, causing their expressions to turn cold. This was because they could feel how terrifying the pressure that spread out from the blood bead was. As the blood bead appeared, a cold smile appeared on Zhu Yan's face once again. Then he spoke in an even more sinister tone. "This is the 10,000 spirits blood bead. It can only be refined by gathering countless amounts of fresh blood. Today, with your fresh blood, I'm sure that this 10,000 spirits blood bead will be upgraded to another level." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yan had already activated the blood bead and slowly descended towards Yan Chutian. As the blood bead descended, the space that it passed through cracked. However, more importantly, layers of bloody aura continuously emanated from the blood bead. In a short period of time, a group of ferocious beast heads and ghost faces vaguely appeared in the bloody aura. The aura that permeated the air was much stronger than before. Faced with such an attack, Yan Chutian seemed to be unable to withstand it. He could only continuously dodge. However, no matter how fast he dodged, it was impossible for him to dodge all of the attacks. He had no choice but to defend himself. This scene naturally caused Zhuo Yan's cold smile to deepen. It also caused the disciples of the Zhuo family to sneer. As expected, their ancestors' strength was still superior. On the other hand, the disciples of the Bailey family naturally had ugly expressions on their faces. As expected, the Zhuo family's ancestor is still superior. Well, the Zhuo family's ancestor's cultivation is obvious to all. He has truly stepped into the 5th level of yuanying. The fact that he can fight with the patriarch of the Zhuo family to this extent is already shocking enough. That being said, if he were to be defeated by the patriarch of the Zhuo family, his fate would be obvious. As for the Bailey clan, their fate is also clear. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly, and all of them believed that the patriarch of the Zhuo family, Zhu Yan, had already secured victory. This was because anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Zhuo family's ancestor was already winning. The power of the Million Spirits Blood Pearl was simply unstoppable. Bailey Tu Feng, it seems like your only hope is gone. Do you regret that you dared to rebel against the Zhuo family? Zhuo Ren smiled sinisterly. His attacks became even more overbearing. Bailey Tu Feng's expression turned ugly when he heard that. However, he wasn't someone who would be easily swayed. He clenched his teeth and continued to attack aggressively. He didn't care about his life anymore. Zhuo Ren, even if that's the case, I'm going to make your Zhuo family suffer heavy losses today. Looking at Yan Chutian, who was fleeing pathetically under the Million Spirits Blood Pearl and was even injured, Zhu Yan's old face sneered even more. However, he also knew that a long delay would bring more trouble. Moreover, it wasn't easy to condense the power of the Million Spirits Blood Pearl, so he didn't want to waste it. Therefore, in the next moment, as he formed a seal, a monstrous blood aura suddenly surged out. A pair of ghost eyes gradually appeared from the Million Spirits Blood Pearl. Million Spirits Blood Eyes. Zhuo Yan's bone-chilling laughter rang out. Then, 2 purple lights suddenly shot out from the ghost eyes. They directly pierced through the space and appeared above Yan Chutian's head. The attack of the Million Spirits Blood Eyes was extremely fast, but the aura that spread out was enough to let people know how terrifying it was. This was a killing technique that was enough to make a yuanying stage 5 cultivator feel fear. Therefore, not to mention the crowd, even Bailey Tu Feng, Bailey Siyue, and the other members of the Bailey family, who didn't want to see Yan Chutian injured the most, thought that he was doomed. Boom! A huge roar resounded, and it didn't stop for a long time. When it stopped, the arena had already turned into nothingness, and the square below was extremely messy. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack of the Million Spirits Blood Eyes was. Such a scene made Zhuo Yan no longer look at it. Instead, he directly looked at Bailey Tu Feng and the other members of the Bailey family. Originally, he didn't want to make a big fuss, but since they were courting death, they couldn't blame him for turning all of them into the power of the Million Spirits Blood Pearl. Sister, let's go. Seeing this, Bailey Such hurriedly shouted at the woman beside him. However, the woman, who was Bailey Siyue, gently shook her head because she knew that she couldn't leave, and she didn't want to leave. Today, she was determined to live or die with the Bailey family. Bailey Tu Feng, today is the doomsday of the Bailey family. Zhuo Ren laughed loudly. At the same time, the ancestor of the Zhuo family, Zhu Yan, raised his arm, and the Million Spirits Blood Pearl slowly started to circulate again. However, at this moment, no one would have thought that a sneer with a strong sense of ridicule would suddenly ring out in the square. Ancestor of the Zhuo family, don't tell me you think that this is the end? When the sneer sounded, many people who thought that the dust had settled rushed to look at the center of the square. A moment later, they saw a somewhat thin figure in the middle of the square, amidst the ruins of the ground. And this figure, other than Yan Chutian, who else could it be? Seeing that Yan Chutian was safe and sound, Zhu Yan was the first to be shocked because he didn't expect that his Million Spirits Blood Eyes would not kill him. However, After the shock, his face immediately turned gloomy, and he shouted mockingly, "So what if you are lucky enough to survive? If I can kill you once, there will be a second time. Million spirits, blood eyes." Before Zhuo Yan finished his words, he was about to condense the million spirits, blood eyes again. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian's face finally revealed a different color than before. It seemed to be mockery. "Ha! I'm afraid you won't have a second chance. 100 spirits, imprisoning demon, rise." The instant Yan Chutian's final word rang out, dazzling pillars of light soared into the sky from the square. In just a few breaths of time, the pillars of light converged and formed a gigantic formation above the jade dome before descending upon the square. Yan Chutian had been dodging not because he was helpless, but because he had to set up the array. Although he was not afraid of Zhuo Ren, he knew that it was extremely difficult to kill Zhuo Ren with just his spiritual energy cultivation. Only with a great array could he easily kill Zhuo Ren. Therefore, from the beginning, he had been quietly setting up the 100 spirits imprisoning demon array until now it was finally completed. The appearance of the 100 spirits imprisoning demon array immediately caused the expressions of many people around the square to change greatly. This was because they had never thought that Yan Chutian was secretly setting up a great array. He is actually a great array master. More importantly, he actually set up a great array right under the nose of the Zhuo family's ancestor. Why do I feel that today's result might overturn everyone's expectations? The expressions of the Zhuo family's disciples also changed. However, the existence of Zhuo Yan calmed them down a little. However, they did not know that their ancestor, Zhuo Yan, was not calm at all. This was because he could vaguely feel the extent of the power of this great array. Moreover, he knew that a great array controlled by a great array master would be even more terrifying. Damn it! How could you set up a great array secretly? Zhuo Yan almost wanted to roar, but facing his panicked words, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. He immediately controlled the great array. In an instant, hundreds of lights appeared above the great array one by one. Then, all the lights gathered and turned into a giant finger that slowly descended, pointing at Zhuo Yan. Seeing the attack coming, Zhuo Yan did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately activated the million spirits blood pearl. However, this time, what he activated was not an attack, but a defense. This was because he knew too well that the situation in the great array was much more difficult. However, no matter how careful he was, when the giant white light finger collided with the defense formed by the million spirits blood pearl, his defense was immediately torn apart. Then, the giant finger continued to press down. Under the extremely shocked gazes of the crowd, it even broke the million spirits blood pearl above Zhuo Yan's head. Chapter 601. When the giant finger smashed the million spirits blood pearl into pieces, the faces of the surrounding people were filled with disbelief. They knew how powerful the patriarch of the Zhuo family was, and they could sense the terrifying power contained in the Zhuo family's million spirits blood pearl. However, such a powerful attack had been smashed into pieces. The onlookers looked at Yan Chutian in awe. Patriarch! This is impossible. How could the patriarch's million spirits blood pearl be smashed into pieces? How could this be? At the same time, the disciples of the Zhuo family were in a state of panic after the million spirits blood pearl was smashed into pieces. As for Zhuo Ren, he was no longer as domineering and arrogant as before. At the same time that his face was filled with shock, there was also a trace of fear that quietly emerged. "Ha! Zhuo Ren, it seems that today is the day your Zhuo family will be destroyed." Bailey Tufeng was pleasantly surprised. He had been worried before, but now he was no longer worried. Hearing his laughter, Zhuo Ren's face darkened, but he could not refute it. Even if he did not want to admit it, he could not help but think of it. Today, it was likely that his Zhuo family was really going to face a great catastrophe. In the 100 spirits imprisoning formation, Juyen, the patriarch of the Zhua family, could no longer suppress his anger. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed into the sky. The million spirits' blood pearl was hard to come by, and it was extremely powerful because it was bound to his body. Therefore, when the million spirits' blood pearl was smashed into pieces, he immediately suffered from the backlash. However, at this moment, Juyen had no time to care about the counterattack of the million spirits' blood pearl. Instead, he was looking at the 100 spirits imprisoning demon formation around him with a solemn expression. From the very beginning, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the formation. Just now, when his million spirits' blood pearl was smashed into pieces, he was even more alarmed. This great formation truly possessed the strength to kill him. However, no matter what, Juyen had accumulated many years of experience, so he knew that he could not panic at a time like this. Otherwise, the other party's attacks would only descend like a torrential storm, not leaving the slightest leeway. Because he had to maintain a calm expression, he hurriedly pretended to speak in a cold voice. "Sir, I admit that your strength is truly extraordinary, but if we were to fight, the result is destined to be a lose-lose situation. If you want to protect the Bailey clan, it's not impossible for us to negotiate, as long as, however," before Juyen could finish a sentence, Yan Chutian's mocking words suddenly rang out. "As long as I disperse the array?" Hearing this, Juyen was slightly startled. He felt that something was wrong, but this was his purpose, so he couldn't deny it. "As long as you disperse the array, we can negotiate again. My Zhua family can promise not to lay a hand on the Bailey clan." However, this time, Yan Chutian didn't even bother to reply. He knew that Juyen thought of him as a brat, but the question was he that kind of fool? Therefore, the only answer Juyen could get was Yan Chutian waving his hand. As he waved his hand, the 100 spirits, demon, imprisoning formation slowly rotated again. The violent power that surged out was enough to tear the space apart. Like a storm, it crazily descended on Juyen. Such a terrifying attack made Zhu Yan's expression change abruptly, but he didn't have time to say anything. He could only hurriedly activate his defense. However, even if he could block the first attack, when the second and third terrifying attacks came, his defense would eventually be torn apart. Destructive fluctuations spread out, immediately riddling his body with holes. Under such circumstances, Juyen finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His extremely miserable shriek resounded through the entire square, and even the entire Yangtian city. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was deathly silent, hearing the extremely miserable shriek. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They had never imagined that the mighty patriarch of the Zhua family, who had ruled Yangtian city not long ago, would end up in such a miserable state. And all of this was because of the mysterious young man who had appeared not long ago. It was also at this moment that all of the Zhua family's disciples were in a daze. This was because they knew clearly that the reason why the Zhua family could be so domineering in Yangtian city was because of the return of their patriarch. Yet now their ancestor had already fallen to such a state. One could well imagine what would happen to them in the future. In an instant, not only Zhua Ren, but all of the Zhua family's disciples suddenly realized that the Zhua family was in big trouble. Zhua Ren's eyes flickered uncertainly. At this moment, he was very sure that the Zhua family was doomed. Although he was extremely unwilling to accept this, he knew that it was impossible to reverse the situation. Therefore, the first thought that came to his mind was to quickly escape. He was a decisive person. When the thought of escaping surfaced in his mind, he immediately fled after exchanging blows with Bailey Tufeng again. Zhua Ren's escape was extremely decisive, and he even paid a hefty price for it. Therefore, even Bailey Tufeng, who had been continuously fighting with him a moment ago, was caught off guard. When he regained his senses, he could only watch as Zhua Ren fled. "Today, my Zhua family's blood will be avenged by all of you in the future." As he fled, Zhua Ren didn't forget to make a threat. However, he didn't expect that the moment he said that, a cold voice rang in his ears. Since you want to take revenge, why wait for another day? Today is the day. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a huge force rumbled and caused Jorin, who was also caught off guard, to crash into the ground miserably. Jorin, who was miserably smashed into the ground, raised his head with difficulty. Who else could it be other than Yen Chutian? However, when he knew who the person was, Jorin couldn't say anything more. This was because he knew that the Zhua family was going to be completely destroyed today. After half a day, the commotion in Yangtian City had completely calmed down. However, at the same time, the power structure in Yangtian City had completely changed. No one would have thought that the Zhua family, who had been so glorious half a day ago, would be completely destroyed in less than a day. On the other hand, the Bailey family, who had been in danger of being destroyed half a day ago, had now become the sole overlord of Yangtian City. This made many people sigh inwardly. Things in the world were indeed unpredictable. Until the last moment, the final result couldn't be determined. At this moment, the Bailey family was in a festive mood. Deep in the main hall, two figures sat on the left and right. Everyone knew one of them. He was the head of the Bailey family, Bailey Tufeng. As for the other person, although no one knew his identity, every gaze that looked at him was filled with reverence and gratitude. This was because everyone knew that today was supposed to be the end of the Bailey family. However, because of the appearance of the other party, they had turned the tide. It was also because of this that many young women in the Bailey clan couldn't help but feel a little adoration when they looked at such a powerful and young figure. Some bold and passionate ones even secretly sent flirtatious glances at him without hiding their love. However, when these women saw an extremely outstanding figure slowly walking towards the main hall, they all subconsciously retreated with a sense of inferiority. This wasn't only because they knew that the woman was much more outstanding than them. They also knew that the mysterious young man was brought back to the Bailey family by this woman. Sister, I didn't expect Brother Yen to be so powerful. Along the way, Su Che's eyes were filled with an irrepressible reverence. He was already troubled by his inability to save the family. Now that someone had turned the tide, he was naturally filled with admiration. Hearing his words, Bailey Siyue didn't refute. Even she had to admit that when that figure appeared and turned the tide, it caused her heart to throb. However, she didn't show it. After all, she was still a woman. When the two entered the main hall, Bailey Tufeng, who was sitting on the high seat, quickly laughed and said, "Ha ha! You came at the right time. Quickly, come and thank Brother Yen for his kindness." Hearing this, the two immediately came forward to thank him. However, before they could do so, Yen Chutian smiled bitterly and said, "Bailey family head, you must be joking. To be honest, Miss Siyue is my savior." Chapter 602. P.S. Please subscribe. Please give me a small subscription. Although Bailey Tufeng was aware that his daughter had saved someone a few days ago, he did not care about it at all. Bailey Siyue had saved too many people, so he thought that this was just an ordinary person. Moreover, the Bailey clan was in danger, so he was not interested in other things. However, Bailey Tufeng did not expect that the person whom his daughter had accidentally saved would become the savior of the Bailey family. Perhaps there really was such a thing as karma in the unseen world. Although Bailey Tufeng was aware of this, he naturally wouldn't be arrogant in front of Yen Chutian. Instead, he was polite and grateful for his words. Yen Chutian felt a little embarrassed when he heard these words. This was because his original intention was to repay Bailey Siyue's kindness. However, Bailey Tufeng seemed to have neglected this point and insisted on treating him as the savior of the Bailey clan. "Brother Yen, since you saved the Bailey clan will naturally not be stingy. Although I don't think the Bailey clan is worthy of your strength, if you need anything, feel free to ask," Bailey Tufeng said solemnly. However, Yen Chutian smiled faintly and shook his head when he heard this. An eye for an eye. He would not be thick-skinned enough to ask for anything. However, Just as Yen Chutian was shaking his head, Bailey Tufing suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "By the way, the Bailey clan has an ancient ancestral land for cultivation. Perhaps it will be of help to Brother Yen." This time, Bailey Tufing's words finally moved Yen Chutian. This was because he knew that similar ancestral lands had been passed down for a long time, so it was very likely that they were extraordinary. But after a slight movement, he immediately calmed down. This was because such ancestral lands were usually only accessible to members of the clan. How could an outsider like him enter? Bailey Tufing was very observant, so even if Yen Chutian's expression changed very slightly, he would still notice it. With his many years of experience in dealing with people, he naturally knew what the other party was worried about. But this only made him have a better impression of him, because ordinary Xiuzhou would have been impatient when they heard about the opportunity to enter the ancestral land to cultivate. How could they have any considerations? Brother Yen, there's no need to worry. No one has been able to enter the ancestral land for many years. Rather than saying that it's an opportunity for you, it's better to say that it's borrowing your strength to open the ancestral land. If Brother Yen truly has misgivings, why don't you bring my daughter, Bailey Siwa, with you when you enter the ancestral land? That way, you will be able to help our Bailey clan enter the ancestral land again. Since Bailey Tufing had put it this way, Yen Chutian naturally had no reason to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said with a faint smile, "In that case, Yen Chutian will accept." "Ha, good." Dusk arrived. Even though they had experienced the joy of the day, the Bailey family still had faint expressions of joy that were difficult to conceal under the night sky. Inside the luxurious manor, Bailey Siwa, who had changed into a long white dress, was holding some wine and dishes in her hands. She was heading towards the only guest room in her Bailey clan today. She did not know why she had agreed to her father's request to bring wine and dishes to Yen Chutian's room. More importantly, she had changed into a woman's dress that she had not worn for a very long time. But there was always a faint sense of anticipation in her heart, urging her to do so. "Knock, knock!" She gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door was opened, revealing a slightly thin young man's figure. The figure was naturally Yen Chutian. When Bailey Siwa approached, he had sensed her presence, so he directly opened the door at this time. "Miss Siwa, please come in," Yen Chutian said respectfully. Although he heard that Bailey Siwa was so approachable and not arrogant, he was happy to hear that. But because she seemed to have forgotten that she had deliberately dressed up, he was a little annoyed. However, Bailey Siwa did not say anything on the surface. She followed his words and walked into the room, then placed the dishes one by one on the table. "Big Brother Yen, this is some food that the kitchen made. It's very good, you should like it." Hearing that, although Yen Chutian nodded, he did not eat, but looked at Bailey Siwa. Feeling the gaze of the former, Bailey Siwa's delicate body suddenly tensed up, and the little disappointment from before was swept away. Usually, she did not care about her appearance, but at this moment, her heart was extremely nervous. However, she still had a lot of confidence in her appearance. Therefore, after being nervous, she raised her eyes and looked back at Yen Chutian with a little shyness. And it was also at this time that Yen Chutian finally spoke. "Miss Siwa, it's a little abrupt to say this, but since we're going to the ancestral land tomorrow, please tell me some news about the ancestral land now." "Ah." Yen Chutian's question made Bailey Siwa's red lips slightly open. She did not expect him to ask such a question. However, she quickly adjusted her state of mind and slowly answered Yen Chutian. "Big Brother Yen, the ancestral land has not been opened for many years. Therefore, I don't know the details. I only got some information from the words passed down from the older generation. Rumor has it that the Bailey family relied on the ancestral land to rise from obscurity little by little. At its peak, there were even Heavenly Palace realm experts." Heavenly Palace realm? Just these 3 words had made Yen Chutian's eyes brighten up. It seemed that the ancestral land was not simple, just as he had thought. Rumor has it that the ancestral land is an alternate space world, and in that alternate space there is a spiritual lake surrounded by clouds. As long as you can step into it to cultivate, you will gain endless benefits. Following that, Bailey Siwa continued to speak slowly, but what she said was just as she said. It was just an ambiguous, general idea. Even when Yen Chutian asked a lot of questions, she was unable to answer. Yen Chutian did not care about it, but she felt a little ashamed and felt that she was useless. I'm sorry, Big Brother Yen. That's all the information that has been passed down. Miss Siwa, you're too polite, since you know that there are some dangers in the ancestral land. Therefore, young miss, please make some preparations tonight. Even I may not be able to protect you in the ancestral land. Okay. Bailey Siwa did not refute Yen Chutian's words and immediately nodded her head. After the two of them chatted for a while, Yen Chutian sent her out of the room. After walking out of the room, Yen Chutian sized up Bailey Siwa and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. Miss Siwa, your outfit today is different from before. It's stunning." Although Bailey Siwa had been waiting for Yen Chutian to notice that she was different from before, she did not know what to do when he said it out loud. Seeing Bailey Siwa's strange reaction, Yen Chutian could not help but be stunned. Shouldn't women like to be complimented like this? Why, Miss Siwa, you? Yen Chutian asked softly. Bailey Siwa did not want to hear him and directly left. However, she looked like she was running away. What's going on? Looking at Bailey Siwa's back, Yen Chutian was confused and could only sigh helplessly. A woman's heart is really like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The night passed quickly. At dawn the next day, Yen Chutian and the people of the Bailey family gathered in the main hall. After exchanging some pleasantries, the group was led by Bailey Tufing to the Bailey family's ancestral ground outside Yangtian City. Only Bailey Tufing and some core members of the Bailey family knew about the ancestral ground of the Bailey family. Therefore, only Bailey Tufing, Bailey Siwa, Bailey Such, and Yen Chutian appeared in front of Valley. Brother Yen, the ancestral ground is in a secret chamber deep in the valley. You also knows about it. She will lead you in. Okay. Yen Chutian nodded slowly and then looked at Bailey Siwa. Bailey Siwa still did not dare to look at Yen Chutian's eyes. She looked away immediately after glancing at him and hurriedly led the way into the valley. As they went deeper into the valley, the scene in the valley was ordinary and there was nothing strange about it. Even if someone accidentally entered the valley, they would never have thought that there was an ancestral ground hidden in the valley. When they reached the bottom of the valley, Bailey Siwa took out a jade tablet and embedded it into an inconspicuous mark on the stone wall. After a while, the stone wall rumbled and trembled. Then, with a roar, it slowly opened like a door. Chapter 603. With a rumbling sound, the stone wall slowly rose, and a dark passage appeared in front of Yen Chutian and Bailey Siwa. It was clearly not the first time Bailey Siwa had seen this passage. Thus, she smoothly led Yen Chutian deeper into the passage. There was not the slightest bit of light in the passage. However, with Yen Chutian and Bailey Siwa's cultivation, the darkness was like daylight to them. Naturally, they were not affected at all. After reaching a depth of nearly 1,000 feet, specks of light finally appeared in the originally deep and narrow tunnel. Looking in the direction of the light, Yen Chutian saw another door at the source of the light that was dozens of feet away in the passageway that was becoming increasingly spacious. At this moment, the door was tightly shut and an extremely majestic aura spread out. Anyone who approached would be suppressed by the aura and find it difficult to move. Big Brother Yen, the stone door in front is the entrance to the ancestral land. However, the pressure from the stone door of the ancestral land is extremely strong. Furthermore, this pressure has nothing to do with cultivation. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the pressure. Bailey Siwa's slightly panting voice rang out. At this moment, she was already feeling the enormous pressure from the stone door. She knew all too well that this pressure was an insurmountable gap for her and the entire Bailey family. It was because of this pressure that no one from the Bailey family had been able to step into the ancestral land for all these years. Hearing Bailey Siyue's words, Yen Chutian nodded slightly. This pressure was indeed strong, but it had not reached a level that he could not resist. Thus, Yen Chutian nodded at Bailey Siyue, and then, step by step, he walked towards the stone door at the end of the passage. However, only by walking closer would one be able to clearly understand exactly how enormous the pressure that permeated the air was. Under such pressure, Yen Chutian finally felt quite a bit of pressure. However, he was not without means. After a slight pause, he activated the mysterious young body, and it appeared in every inch of his body. The pressure had nothing to do with cultivation, but it was still somewhat related to the strength of one's body. When one's physical strength was strong, it could be used to offset a certain degree of suppression. Therefore, Yen Chutian took advantage of the eruption of the mysterious yang physique to advance several feet. However, it was only a few dozen feet. The closer he got to the stone door, the stronger the pressure that pervaded the air became. Just by relying on his mysterious young body, Yen Chutian clearly found it difficult to endure. Mystic Yang Qi! Yen Chutian shouted softly. Dense, mysterious Yang Qi spread out continuously from his body. In Yen Chutian's imagination, with the eruption of the profound Yang Qi, the pressure here should not change. The result was indeed within Yen Chutian's expectations. The eruption of the mysterious Yang Qi did not cause a change in the surrounding pressure. Instead, it allowed him to have more energy to approach the stone door of the ancestral land. Behind them, watching Yen Chutian approach the stone gate of the ancestral land step by step, Suyu's pretty face was filled with shock even though his speed was slow. This was because she knew too well how powerful the pressure was. Even if she tried her best, she would not be able to get much closer. However, the other party was able to get so close so easily. As a result, Suyu could not help but feel a sense of anticipation in her heart. This was because today might really be the day when the ancestral land of her Bailey clan would see the light of day again. While Suyu was thinking this, Yen Chutian had already advanced several feet in the face of the pressure of the stone door. At this moment, he was less than 10 feet away from the stone door. However, it was also this 10 feet distance that made it difficult for him to persist. Only the heavens knew just how strong the pressure that was spreading out had become. Yen Chutian was also very clear that if it was not for the rapid consumption of the mysterious Yang Qi in his body, he would not have been able to reach this step. However, since he had already reached this step and was only 10 feet away from success, how could Yen Chutian give up? Thus, he closed his eyes slightly and his mind sank into the depths of his heart. Yen Chutian carefully searched his body. Not long after, the power in his imagination appeared in his perception. The power of his perception was not something else. It was the will of the true dragon that he had discovered long ago and constantly nourished with the mysterious object that seemed to be the dragon pearl. All along, he had let the will of the true dragon recuperate. However, since he had encountered trouble today, it was naturally time for it to come out and solve the problem. The will of the true dragon came from the mark of the true dragon. Yen Chutian was the owner of the mark of the true dragon. Naturally, he was also the owner of the will of the true dragon. Thus, under his control, the wisp of will of the true dragon slowly recovered. However, during this process, what surprised Yen Chutian was that the will of the true dragon faintly produced a sense of rejection under his control. This greatly shocked him. Could it be that the will of the true dragon had unknowingly given birth to its own consciousness? However, that resistance disappeared in a flash. Even Yen Chutian did not have time to determine if it was real or not. He could only temporarily forget about it. At the same time, the will of the true dragon that was activated finally showed its edge. Even though there was no dragon roar or movement, an indescribable ferocious aura swept out from Yen Chutian's body. At this moment, Bailey Siyue, who was behind him, was also shocked. because in her perception, the Yen Chutian in front of her seemed to have suddenly turned into an extremely terrifying monster. However, it was also under such circumstances that she saw that slightly thin figure finally getting closer and closer to the stone door, until a certain moment he was completely standing in front of the stone door. Looking at the stone door that was right in front of him, Yen Chutian naturally did not have the slightest hesitation. He abruptly raised his palms, and with the help of the surging will of the true dragon, he abruptly pushed the stone door open. Buzz! An ancient buzzing sound slowly rang out the moment Yen Chutian pushed the stone door open. Strangely enough, when Yen Chutian pushed the stone door open, he did not feel any great resistance. Following the opening of the stone door, even the originally enormous pressure began to dissipate bit by bit. When the stone door was completely opened, the pressure also completely dissipated. It was also at this moment one could imagine how happy Bailey Siwa's mood was, because after so many years, the ancestral land was finally opened again. As a result, she did not even have time to think too much. She quickly rushed forward and excitedly grabbed Yen Chutian's arm. She was so excited that she did not even know what to say. Great, after so many years, the ancestral land is finally open. Big brother Yen, thank you. After dispersing his own power, Yen Chutian naturally would not be as happy as Bailey Siwa. Instead, he nodded lightly. And it was also because of Yen Chutian's calmness that seemed to have infected Bailey Siwa. While she calmed down, she finally realized that she had taken the initiative to grab his arm so tightly. Although this situation did not make her feel disgusted, and she even felt a little happy in her heart. But more than that, it was a frantic shyness that came from the bottom of her heart. When she reacted, Bailey Siwa quickly let go of Yen Chutian's arm. Fortunately, when she looked at him from the corner of her eyes, she saw that Yen Chutian was not paying attention to her. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Yen Chutian was indeed not paying attention to Bailey Siwa. At this moment, he was looking at the stone door. Unfortunately, the open stone door was covered by a layer of water-like light curtain, and the scene behind it could not be seen. However, since they had already reached this step, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Therefore, Yen Chutian immediately said, "Miss Siwa, let's enter the ancestral land together." Okay, Bailey Siwa immediately agreed. Then, she fixed her gaze on the mysterious stone door entrance. Although she knew that the ancestral land was behind the stone door, she had never really stepped into it. Therefore, at this moment, she was naturally looking forward to it. Therefore, the two of them slowly walked through the stone door, one in front of the other. As the two of them passed through, the light curtain that covered the entrance of the cave suddenly rippled like water. When the two of them completely passed through the light curtain, the passage returned to its previous silence. At the same time, a huge pressure spread out, blocking any cultivators who wanted to approach. At the same time, in the outside world, looking at the silent valley, Bailey Tufong was nervous. Although Yen Chutian's performance was extraordinary, he was still not sure if he could enter the ancestral land. Everything could only be decided with time. Chapter 604. After crossing the light screen, what appeared in front of Yen Chutian was indeed a world that was completely different from the deep tunnel from before. The world in front of him seemed to be a mountain range. Looking from afar, there were towering mountains and steep ridges. It was extremely majestic. However, if one observed carefully, one would be able to notice the difference in this world. The entire world appeared to be in an abnormal dark hue. When he raised his head, although it was daytime and there were no clouds for thousands of miles, there was no trace of the sun. All of these told Yen Chutian that this was a different space. After confirming that the ancestral land was really in a different space, Yen Chutian was obviously more interested, because if one wanted to create such a different space, one would need an extremely powerful cultivator. And how could the opportunity left behind by such a powerful cultivator be so simple? "Miss Suyu, I may not be able to protect you here, so you must follow me closely and always pay attention to your surroundings. Yan Chutian's expression was solemn as he slowly reminded Bailey Suyu. But even without his reminder, Bailey Suyu was already extremely solemn and subconsciously followed Yan Chutian, not moving a single step away. After that, Yan Chutian even used his spiritual eye to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there were no hidden dangerous auras around, he slowly moved forward. However, no matter how careful Yan Chutian was, when the two of them stepped forward, they were shocked to find that the originally calm ground in front of them was actually filled with strands of dark yellow aura rising up. 3 or 4 strands of aura, or even more, converged and faintly transformed into a humanoid creature. While Bailey Suyu and Yan Chutian were still puzzled, the humanoid creature directly burst out and rushed towards the two of them. At first, the humanoid creature was very ordinary. However, when it punched out, the aura that filled the air caused the two of them to involuntarily be startled, because this aura was probably at the second level of yuanying. Bang! After defeating the humanoid creature with a single punch, it immediately turned into specks of light that filled the sky and merged into the ground. However, after dealing with this humanoid creature, Yan Chutian could not relax at all. The reason for that was because there were already countless humanoid creatures gathering around the two of them. The auras emitted by the humanoid creatures that had fused with the dark yellow aura were even more powerful. Some of them had even reached the 4th or 5th level of yuanying. Seeing such a scene, Bailey Siue instantly panicked. Even she had never imagined that she would encounter such a troublesome situation as soon as she entered the ancestral land. Seeing her reaction, Yan Chutian knew that it was impossible to get the solution from her. In such a situation, he could only rely on his own methods to deal with it. Gently exhaling, Yan Chutian did not forget to remind Bailey Suyu before they started to move. Miss Suyu, don't do it. Let me handle it. Hearing this, how could Bailey Siue not know that the other party was worried that her strength might not be enough? So he deliberately said this, because among those humanoid creatures, they were all at the 5th level of yuanying. At such a level, even if they were not real human cultivators, Bailey Siue did not have any confidence in blocking. Therefore, she could only gently nod and stay in the center position that Yan Chutian pointed out. She tried her best to circulate the power of her qi and condense her strongest defense. After settling Bailey Siue, Yan Chutian finally stepped slightly with his right foot. In the next moment, he suddenly used the mysterious shadow body technique. His body was like a ghost, constantly exploding towards the humanoid creatures around him. Every time he burst out, it was accompanied by the power of his palm, and the power that burst out from that palm was enough to severely injure a 4th level yuanying cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled booms resounded unceasingly. Every time Yan Chutian's palm descended, it would shatter a humanoid being, turning them into specks of light that converged into the ground. However, these humanoid creatures were destined not to be strong. After all, no matter how strong Yan Chutian was, he had not reached the level where he could easily injure a 5th level yuanying cultivator. The mysterious shadow body technique was really profound. Yan Chutian's strength was also very strong, and he also had the mysterious sun qi to continuously replenish his strength. Therefore, in a short period of time, the surrounding area was cleared out and an empty space was cleared. But even so, Yan Chutian and Bailey Siue could not reveal a happy expression, because the two of them saw too clearly that the speed at which the humanoid creatures were dying was not as fast as the speed at which they were condensing. Moreover, after Yan Chutian cleared out the weak humanoid creatures, what came after was a group of extremely strong humanoid creatures. They were led by several 5th level yuanying cultivators. Looking at the situation, Bailey Siue did not know what to do, but Yan Chutian directly shouted, "Miss Siue, hug me." If an ordinary man had said such words to her, Bailey Siwa would definitely not have cared. But this person was Yen Chutian, so she was only slightly stunned. Then, she immediately took a step forward and tightly hugged Yen Chutian's back. Her soft and warm body clung to his back, but Yen Chutian did not have the time to enjoy it. He immediately formed a hand seal. Under his hand seal, pillars of light shot up from the ground around him. In a short period of time, they gathered into a huge array. But to say that it was a huge array was actually an exaggeration. The array was only a prototype because Yen Chutian did not have enough time to set it up. But just a prototype was enough. Yen Chutian did not expect a single array to be able to kill these humanoid creatures. He just wanted an opportunity to break through the encirclement. The prototype of the array appeared, followed by the power of the array. It spread out from every corner and gathered in front of Yen Chutian and Bailey Siwa. There was no limit to the extraction of the array's power. Yen Chutian only wanted to break through the encirclement in one blow. Even if there was a remnant of the array, it was meaningless. After a few breaths of time, the gathered power completely erupted. An extremely dazzling pillar of light shot out in a straight line towards the world in front of them, as if there was no end to it. The light pillar of the array burst out. Any humanoid creatures that tried to block it, even if they had reached the 5th level of Yuanying, were easily torn apart and annihilated into nothingness. The opportunity had been created. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian naturally did not have any hesitation. He immediately stomped his feet and used the mysterious shadow movement technique again. He took Bailey Siwa behind him and fled like a ghost. But with one person, even if the mysterious shadow movement technique was profound, it was much more cumbersome than before. Fortunately, these humanoid creatures seemed to be extremely slow, so even if the mysterious shadow movement technique was slightly delayed, they could not catch up. But even so, when the raging light pillar dissipated, the two had already flown more than 1,000 feet away. But there were still humanoid creatures around them, one after another, pouncing on them. Helpless, Yen Chutian could only pat the woman on his back and whisper, "Miss Siwa, be careful!" Before his voice died away, he did not have time to care about the other party's reaction. He immediately displayed his strength and continued to kill the humanoid creatures that surrounded them. Behind Yen Chutian, Bailey Siwa's pretty face was slightly red, because the place where Yen Chutian had patted was none other than her plump buttocks. But such a big advantage was taken advantage of, but she could not say a word. Moreover, she was even more clear that the other party did not know this. Boom! Xiao Chun threw out a palm strike, and the hidden profound yang energy continued to wreak havoc, smashing several humanoid creatures behind him into pieces. After a long time of killing, Yen Chutian's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, gradually appearing. Seeing this, even though Bailey Siwa was shy, she stretched out her jade-like hand and gently removed the sweat. Yen Chutian did not care about this. He only stared at the dense forest at the end of the sky. It seemed that with this dense forest as the boundary, there were no more strange humanoid creatures behind them. This meant that as long as they rushed past this 1,000 feet distance, there should be no danger for a short period of time. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian patted the woman on his back again, causing Bailey Siwa to crazily burst out of the shyness that she had suppressed with great difficulty. The beautiful face that the former could not see was already full of red clouds. But Yen Chutian was destined not to know. He only slightly gathered his strength, and like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, he directly shot forward. Since it was only 1,000 feet, he did not waste time and directly rushed over. Chapter 605. With Yen Chutian's sprint, the distance of 1,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Leaping into the dense forest, the surroundings were deathly silent. The sky was cloudy, and there was no light to speak of. However, it was also at this moment that Yen Chutian and Bailey Siwa both keenly discovered that the humanoid creatures that were chasing them had really stopped outside the boundary and did not continue to pursue. Although this scene surprised the two of them, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because if those humanoid creatures continued to chase them, even Yen Chutian could not guarantee that he would be safe and sound. No matter how many of those humanoid creatures appeared, it was as if there was no end to them. Furthermore, they had only reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. But who could be sure that there wouldn't be 6th level nascent soul stage cultivators, or even stronger cultivators appearing next? Facing such a level, even Yen Chutian did not dare to say that he had much confidence. At the same time, although they seemed to have entered a safe zone, Yen Chutian and Bailey Sua did not relax at all. The two of them stared at the surrounding dense forest. There seemed to be many small paths in the dense forest that led to the depths of the distance. In addition, the feeling it gave was the initial deathly stillness. This kind of deathly stillness was complete, deathly stillness, without the slightest hint of life. Even the giant trees that grew in clusters also had no aura of life, stiff and silent. Such a situation made the two of them even more vigilant. They held their breath and paid close attention to the surroundings, not even the slightest movement of the wind. However, in such a vigilant state, the two of them had not detected any danger from beginning to end for a full 2 hours. Moreover, with the opportunity in the ancestral land in front of them, they did not stop and followed a small path into the depths of the dense forest. This walk took half a day, but in half a day, not to mention the opportunity of the spirit lake described by Bailey Siwa, they did not even find the border of the dense forest. As a cultivator, it was obviously impossible to get lost. Combined with this mysterious ancestral land space, Yen Chutian had already thought that they were probably in trouble again. "Miss Suyu, follow me closely." Thinking of this, he immediately whispered to Bailey Suyu. Hearing his words, how could Bailey Siwa have any hesitation? She immediately followed behind him. Along the way, he had already sensed the strangeness of this dense forest with his sharp senses. With his strength, it was difficult for him to move around in the ancestral land. If it were not for Yen Chutian, he would have died long ago. Sha! Just as Bailey Siwa was about to take a step forward, she suddenly heard a slight, squirming sound coming from somewhere. Yen Chutian was already vigilant and paying attention to his surroundings. This kind of movement naturally caught his attention. His originally calm expression suddenly became incomparably tense. However, after the two of them calmed down, the movement subsided again. It was as if the rustling sound from before was just an illusion, or it was just the echo of their footsteps. However, whether it was Yen Chutian or Bailey Siwa, they were very clear that the rustling sound just now was not an illusion, nor was it the echo of their footsteps. There was indeed some kind of movement at that moment. Just as the two of them were still tense, suddenly a whistling sound came from above their heads. At the same time, there was also a black shadow. Wherever the black shadow swept past, even space was pierced through. One could imagine just what kind of strength this black shadow possessed. So, how could Yen Chutian dare to underestimate it? However, he also did not dare to dodge, because Bailey Siwa was right behind him. So, after slightly gathering his aura, there was a majestic aura gathering in his body. Then it suddenly exploded. Bang! A muffled sound immediately resounded. After the collision, Yen Chutian stood still, while the black shadow flew backward. However, before Yen Chutian could rejoice after defeating Yen Chutian, he suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking behind him, followed by a woman's painful groan. Suddenly turning around, Bailey Siwa's shoulder was pierced by something. She wanted to struggle with extreme pain, but in the end, she was dragged away at an extremely fast speed. Seeing such a scene, how could Yen Chutian just sit there and watch? He immediately used the mysterious shadow movement technique and rushed toward Bailey Siwa. Under the full power of the mysterious shadow movement technique, the strange thing, which was dragging Bailey Siwa, could not escape in time. Thus, Yen Chutian finally caught up with it. The moment he caught up, Yen Chutian immediately turned his palm into a knife. The power of his aura suddenly erupted. The sharp intent could even cut through space, so naturally it cut the strange thing in half. However, when the strange thing was cut, the remaining part immediately turned into black gas and directly merged into Bailey Siue's shoulder. The moment the black gas merged, Bailey Siue, who was originally in pain, immediately fainted and did not move. This caused Yen Chutian, who was already supporting her, to change his expression. This was because he could feel that the former's life aura was rapidly dissipating. This caused Yen Chutian to not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately placed his palm on her shoulder and poured his perception into it, searching for the black chi that had fused into it. Spiritual eye. During the process, Yen Chutian had already used his spiritual eye. This was because only by relying on his spiritual eye could Yen Chutian be confident in finding the strange black gas. The result was not out of Yen Chutian's expectations. Even if he used his spiritual eye, and he did not hesitate at all, he only found the location of the black gas after several probing. At this moment, the black gas had already gathered at Bailey Siue's heart. The situation was extremely urgent. Without any explanation, Yen Chutian's palm landed on Bailey Siue's chest. He quickly poured his mysterious yang qi into it and wrapped the black gas in layers. When the black gas was completely surrounded, he patted her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood, there was a ball of black gas tightly wrapped by mysterious yang qi. The black gas was forced out. Bailey Siue, who was in a daze, slightly opened her beautiful eyes. However, she did not have time to say anything before she fainted again. However, Yen Chutian was no longer worried. He knew that Bailey Siue was only weak. Instead, it was himself who was worried. This was because Yen Chutian could clearly feel that there was a rustling sound around him again. Furthermore, the commotion this time around was several times greater than before. He had a feeling that his previous actions might have angered the creature hiding in the dark. Swoosh! Almost as soon as Yen Chutian felt that something was wrong, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind that suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Moreover, it was not just one, but several. This made Yen Chutian unable to care about anything else. He could only directly embrace Bailey Siue in his arms. As the chi around his body exploded, he dodged the extremely sharp black shadows that broke through the wind one after another. In less than 10 breaths, Yen Chutian's clothes were already damaged. Some of the damaged areas were even blood red. At the same time, Yen Chutian's expression was extremely solemn. This was because even he felt an enormous pressure under such circumstances. Perhaps if he abandoned Bailey Siue, his situation would be much better. Moreover, even if he abandoned her, no one would know. However, Yen Chutian did not abandon her in the end. This was not because he coveted her beauty, but because of his temperament. No matter what, he could not do something like abandoning his companion. Another black shadow burst out. At the same time, Yen Chutian struck out with his palm. Although the black shadow was shattered, the shattered objects directly turned into black chi and wrapped around his arm. Through Bailey Siue's example, Yen Chutian knew that the black chi was strange, because at this moment he did not dare to be careless when it wrapped around him. However, even if he was cautious and sensitive, wherever the black chi went, it would instantly cause his perception to disappear. Moreover, Yen Chutian also felt that only he could do this. If it was someone else, it would have been like that. Bailey Siue would have fainted. With an incomparably solemn expression, he hurriedly mobilized the mysterious yang qi in his body. At this moment, the mysterious yang qi once again showed its strength. Wherever the mysterious yang qi passed, even if the black qi was extremely strange, it was slowly forced back. But even so, the consumption of the profound yang qi to truly force the black qi out of his body was not small. However, it was also at this moment that Yen Chu Tian suddenly discovered that his left arm that was invaded by the black qi seemed to be stronger than before. Chapter 606. Even though the change was very subtle, Yan Chutian was 100% sure that it was not an illusion, because he had been stuck at the third grade mysterious young body for a long time. He was very clear about his own physical strength. However, the moment he regained feeling in his left arm, he clearly felt that the physical strength in his left arm was slightly stronger than before. Such a situation made Yan Chutian stare at the black thing that swept over. He was very curious about what it was so strange. But in the end, the caution in his heart prevailed over curiosity. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not act rashly, but still held the unconscious Bailey Sua tightly and went deeper into the forest. Although the attack was fierce, at a certain moment, the dense forest in front of them gradually became sparse, and those strange black shadows were also becoming fewer and fewer. After a few breaths, they could see through the dense forest and see that there was a spiritual lake with rising mist dozens of feet away. Seeing the spiritual lake, Yan Chutian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, because this spiritual lake should be the destination that Bailey Siwa mentioned. In other words, they should have arrived at the place of opportunity in the ancestral land. But even so, Yan Chutian did not dare to relax too much. After all, even Bailey Siwa was not clear about the specific situation in the ancestral land. Therefore, how could he be sure that there would be no danger near the spiritual lake of the final opportunity? When they were really close to the spiritual lake and there was still no danger, Yan Chutian finally relaxed. Then he looked at the girl, who was still unconscious, in his arms. Since they had arrived at the place of opportunity, he should also wake her up. Thinking of this, he straightened Bailey Siwa and once again stretched out his palm and gently placed it on her back. Separated by a layer of paper-thin clothing, Yan Chutian could even feel the tenderness and softness from the girl's skin. This made him quickly shake his head and expel the messy thoughts in his body. Then he slowly used his spiritual energy to warm the unconscious Bailey Siwa. Bailey Siwa's injuries were not small, and she fainted because she was too weak. Therefore, under the nourishment of Yan Chutian's spiritual energy, she gradually regained consciousness after about 15 minutes. The moment she regained consciousness, she felt the palm on her back. Her delicate body suddenly tensed up. The remaining spiritual power in his body was about to charge out. But then, when she saw that the figure behind her was Yan Chutian, the sense of danger disappeared without a trace. However, at the same time, her tensed body and nervous mind did not relax in the slightest. Instead, they became more and more nervous. She only felt that the palm on her back seemed to be emitting some kind of mysterious magic, causing her pretty face to burn. Her delicate body also had a scorching temperature that continuously spread. Even though he had overlooked it earlier, Yan Chutian had finally noticed the abnormality in Bailey Siwa's behavior. This made him secretly cough. He also knew that this was indeed offensive, but there was no other way. However, since she had already woken up, he also gradually dispersed his spiritual energy. Then he quickly got up and took a few steps back, giving her space to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ahem. Miss Siwa, this should be the final place of opportunity you were talking about. Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Bailey Siwa also looked at the spiritual lake in front of her. Looking at this mysterious lake with fog rising from it, Bailey Siwa temporarily forgot her awkwardness and stared at it closely. On her delicate face, there was an unconcealable look of excitement that kept surging. She did not expect that today she would really be able to reach the final lake of opportunity that only existed in the legends passed down. Thinking of this, Bailey Siwa did not care about her awkwardness. She subconsciously looked at Yan Chutian and said with surprise and gratitude, "Thank you." "Miss Siwa, you're too polite." Yan Chutian quickly waved his hand. Speaking of which, he also came for the opportunity, so how could he accept such serious thanks from her? After the pleasant surprise, the two of them naturally did not hesitate. Immediately, they slowly walked into the spiritual lake. However, when they really stepped into the spiritual lake, their expressions changed again. This was because they realized that the spiritual lake, which looked like a water surface, was extremely sturdy when they stepped on it. The two of them stepped on the surface of the water, even if every step they took created ripples on the surface of the water. However, the two of them still did not truly step into the lake. Ahem! Seeing this, Bailey Cues suddenly coughed. A trace of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of her lips, revealing a different softness than before. In the end, her injuries were not light. Even if she had been nourished by Yan Chutian's spiritual energy, she did not recover much. Therefore, when she moved slightly, her injuries were aggravated and she coughed out blood. Seeing this, Yan Chutian quickly extended his right hand and gently placed it on Bailey Cues' shoulder. Once again, he urged out his spiritual energy to heal her injuries. This made Bailey Cues blush. However, when she thought of how intimate they were before, this was nothing compared to this. She gave up and closed her eyes to allow the spiritual energy to enter her body. Half a quarter of an hour later, she opened her beautiful eyes again. Right now, her complexion was a lot better than before. However, it was still faintly visible that she was hurt. "What should we do?" Bailey Cues slowly asked. She stared at the strange lake below her feet. This situation was out of her expectations. Since Bailey Cues did not know, Yan Chutian did not know either. He only stared at the lake below his feet and did not hesitate to use his spiritual eyes. However, even with his spiritual eyes, the surface of the lake remained normal and nothing could be seen. It was strange. However, it was not that there was nothing strange. After all, the two of them were standing on the water, which was strange in itself. Although he could not see anything strange, Yan Chutian faintly felt that not being in the lake would not affect their absorption of the spiritual energy in the lake. Thinking of this, he naturally did not hesitate. He immediately sat down and tried to cultivate. Not long after he sat down, the mist that continuously rose from the surrounding lake started to gather towards him. At the same time, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised to find that sitting on the lake to cultivate would not be hindered. Although the amount of spiritual qi that could be felt on the surface of the lake was extremely limited, as long as one sat cross-legged, the rising mist would gather towards them. This fog was the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In other words, this fog was the power of the lake. It was just that it existed in a different way. "Miss Cues, quickly sit down and absorb." Yan Chutian hurriedly whispered to Bailey Cues, who was beside him. Under his reminder, Bailey Cues had no reason to disobey and immediately sat down. After a while, on her slightly weak face, there was an unconcealable joy that quickly spread out. Originally, she thought that the opportunity was right in front of her, but she did not have the fortune to enjoy it. She did not expect that the opportunity was always right in front of her. Thus, the two of them sat cross-legged on the surface of the spiritual lake. As the two of them sat cross-legged, the rising fog also continued to gather and surround the two of them. This was the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it was spiritual energy, in fact, this spiritual energy was comparable to spiritual energy. After all, it had taken the form of fog, so one could imagine how dense it was. What made Yan Chutian even more surprised was that, as he continued to absorb, there was a strand of special energy in the extremely dense spiritual energy that was separated by him. This special energy directly affected the spirit art fragmentary star mark. This made Yan Chutian keenly feel that his spirit art fragmentary star mark was about to reach the 5 elements level. If he could cultivate the 6 elements fragmentary star mark to the 5 elements level, the power that could be unleashed would be unimaginable. This was because the more complete the spirit art was, the more its power would increase exponentially. The power that the complete 6 elements fragmentary star mark could unleash was the power of a peak demon rank spirit art, or even a quasi-saint rank spirit art. It was no exaggeration to say that if he really cultivated the 5 elements fragmentary star mark, this spirit art would become Yan Chutian's most powerful trump card to turn the situation around. Huff! Knowing this, Yan Chutian would not have the slightest intention to slack off. He immersed himself in the spirit art cultivation. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 607. Outside the valley, they had probably waited for half a month. As such, Bailey Tufeng couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. He could guess that his daughter and Yan Chutian had entered the valley for a long time and should have successfully entered the ancestral land. However, he also knew that the ancestral land was not a good place to enter. Therefore, he was naturally worried that the two of them would encounter unpredictable dangers in the ancestral land. Thinking of this, Bailey Tufeng could not help but sigh secretly. At the same time, Bailey Such, who was beside him, did not hide the worry on his face. He was extremely anxious and could not help but ask his father anxiously, "Father, sister, and big brother Yan have been in there for so long. Will something happen to them?" Hearing this, Bailey Tufeng could only remain silent. After all, even he could not predict the final outcome. At the same time, in the depths of the ancestral land, Bailey Siwa had been sitting cross-legged on the spiritual lake for a long time. During this process, her cultivation, which had just entered the 2nd level of Yuanying, had rapidly advanced to the peak. Finally, at a certain point, her cultivation had completely reached the peak. However, this was not the end. She continued to rush toward the barrier between realms. Buzz! Half a day later, after a strange buzzing sound, Bailey Siwa finally broke through the barrier and successfully entered the 3rd level of Yuanying. However, this was not enough. Bailey Siwa felt that it was not enough. Moreover, she also felt that Yan Chutian was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Therefore, after a slight distraction, she returned to her previous state. What followed was a long period of cultivation. Under such circumstances, even though Bailey Siwa deliberately suppressed it, the excellent environment still forcibly pushed her to the 4th level of Yuanying. Although the successive breakthroughs surprised her, it also made her feel alarmed. Breakthroughs were good, but if one broke through too frequently in a short period of time, it would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. Therefore, Bailey Siwa had already made up her mind to slow down the pace of her cultivation. In any case, he had already entered the ancestral land to cultivate and engraved his aura in the ancestral land. If he wanted to enter again in the future, it would be much easier. Deliberately slowing down her pace, Bailey Siwa couldn't help but divide more of her attention to observe Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Under such observation, she also discovered that the former's aura seemed to have reached the brink of a breakthrough. Therefore, without any explanation, she had already taken up the role of a protector, even though she knew that there would not be any danger on the spiritual lake. Indeed, Yan Chutian was on the verge of a breakthrough. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 1st level of the Yuanying system, and he could step into the 2nd level of the Yuanying system at any time. Actually, breaking through is not a difficult thing for Yan Chutian. He only wanted to break through when he was in his peak condition, and right now, it seemed to be an extremely good situation. Therefore, in less than half a day, Yan Chutian smoothly broke through and stepped into the 2nd level of the Yuanying system. However, like Bailey Siwa, this was not the end of his cultivation. He was still methodically inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spiritual chi step by step. However, compared to Bailey Siwa, Yan Chutian was much more cautious. Even though the environment was excellent, he still tried his best to suppress his cultivation. He was even unwilling to climb to the peak of the 2nd level of the Yuanying system. Sensing the fluctuations from Yan Chutian, Bailey Siwa could only sigh inwardly. No wonder he was so powerful. She didn't expect him to be so restrained in terms of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators would be more than happy to have the opportunity to increase their cultivation. How could they be like him, suppressing their cultivation so much? She had always thought that she was not bad, but compared to him, she was still greedy. Back to the main topic, the two of them began to deliberately suppress their cultivation. This meant that the cultivation in the ancestral land was nearing its end. As expected, after half a day, the two of them finally opened their eyes slowly and dispersed the spiritual qi around them. The moment they opened their eyes, Yen Chutian congratulated Bailey Siwe. He knew that she had broken through 2 levels in succession and had now stepped into the 4th level of the Yuanying system. She was an expert. However, in response to Yen Chutian's congratulations, Bailey Siwe's pretty face turned slightly red. Big Brother Yen, you must be joking. If it wasn't for Big Brother Yen, I wouldn't have been able to enter the ancestral land. And it's also because I'm greedy. Although I've stepped into the 4th level of the Yuanying system, my foundation might not even be 1/10 of Big Brother Yan's. Although Bailey Siwe was modest, she knew very well that Yen Chutian's strength was not something she could compare to. After all, when he was in the 1st level of the Yuanying system, he was able to contend with the Zhuo family's ancestor, who was in the 5th level of the Yuanying system. Now that he had broken through, even if he was in the 6th level of the Yuanying system, he might still be able to contend with him, right? Although Bailey Siwe knew that this kind of realm was not the same, it was not far from the truth. Yen Chutian did not think too much about Bailey Siwe's words and just laughed it off. This was because he had never been one to take credit, let alone show off. However, right now, there was an unconcealable joy in his heart. This trip to the ancestral land of the Bailey family had not let him down. Not only had he broken through to the 2nd level of the Yuanying system, but he had also cultivated the 5 elemental fragmentary star marks. This was especially true for the latter. It had become the greatest trump card in his hand. Since he had achieved his goal, Yen Chutian naturally would not stay here for long. Although this place was not bad, it was not a place where he could stay for long. The big stage of the Firmament Palace was the place he wanted to return to. Moreover, if Zhao Han was not dead, his return should bring him a big surprise, right? Thinking of Zhao Han, Yen Chutian could not help but have a murderous look in his eyes. Yes, since Zhao Han had already made his move, he naturally would not have any scruples. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. In other words, if others offended him, he would definitely return the favor. When Yen Chutian and Bailey Siwe were about to leave the ancestral land, spots of light swept over from the spiritual lake and finally merged into their bodies. Neither Yen Chutian nor Bailey Siwe was surprised by this. This was because they both knew that this was the ancestral land's aura that had branded the two of them. If either of them wanted to enter the ancestral land in the future, although it would not be a smooth journey, it would be much easier than it was today. This did not matter to Yen Chutian, because the possibility of him entering the ancestral land again in the future was infinitely close to 0. However, for Bailey Siwe, this might be extremely important, because this meant that she could enter the ancestral land to cultivate at any time in the future. When the two left the ancestral land, far away in the depths of the mountains, a beautiful figure in green was closely staring at the white-clothed girl sitting quietly in the center of the lotus flower not far away. In the center of the lotus flower, the white-clothed girl sat quietly. At the same time, there was a faint light gradually emerging from between her eyebrows. When the faint light shone and fell on her body, the beautiful figure in green suddenly felt that many of the shackles on her body had become extremely relaxed. Such a situation made the beautiful figure in green couldn't help but stare at the girl in the lotus flower, or more accurately, at the center of her eyebrows. And as expected, soon, a slightly open blue vertical eye appeared between the bright and white eyebrows. Mingxin. Seeing this scene, the beautiful figure in green couldn't help but exclaim. Even though she had expected it, she still couldn't hide the shock in her heart when she saw it. The Xian Xan could be said to be a strange eye, but it was not a strange eye. Because although the Xian Xan was very similar to the strange eye, it was not born, nor was it cultivated. Instead, it was suddenly possible to open the Mingxin in the center of the eyebrows if you comprehended the Xian Xan. As for the use of the Mingxin, it was only related to cultivation. Those who had the Mingxin, as long as they opened it, would have no obstacles in cultivation or even breaking through to the next realm. Even if it was only directed by the Mingxin, the obstacles encountered would be greatly weakened. But perhaps it was because the Mingxin's effect was too heaven-defying, so every time it was used, the consumption of the user couldn't be described as huge, but terrifying. If it was used to the extreme, it might even consume the user's life. But no matter how terrifying the restrictions were, it was still difficult to suppress. The desire of cultivators for the Mingxin was just like the beautiful figure in green herself, who had also wondered if she could open the Mingxin. Thus, when she saw the white-clothed girl open the Mingxin in front of her, how could she not be excited and shocked? P.S. My teeth hurt so much after seeing the dentist. Dear readers, please take care of your teeth. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 608. The bright heart between the eyebrows of the white-clothed girl within the lotus slightly opened. A faint light shone out, but it was enough to cause the green-clothed figure outside the lotus to be greatly shocked. However, the white-clothed girl did not notice it at all. Her beautiful eyes were currently tightly shut, as if she was in a deep sleep. The bright heart opened for a moment, and all of the light was withdrawn. Even the lotus below the girl gradually dissipated. However, just as the girl was about to smash onto the ground, the green-clothed figure hurriedly took a step forward and supported the girl in front of her. At this very moment, the girl's beautiful eyes faintly opened. However, a blank expression was revealed on her white and delicate face. "Senior Luo, what happened just now?" the girl asked blankly. Hearing this, the green-clothed figure, Luo Yu, did not hide anything and completely explained everything that had happened. The most important thing was naturally the bright heart. "I opened the bright heart." Hearing the two words bright heart, the white-clothed girl, Cher's beautiful face was filled with joy. Seeing this, Luo Yu was not surprised. Not to mention the other party, if she opened the bright heart, she would also be extremely happy. This was because it was an incomparably huge help to her own cultivation. As long as she used the bright heart properly, theoretically speaking, she could continue to advance. Even stepping into the heavenly completion stage was not a problem. However, Luo Yu did not know that Cher was indeed happy that the bright heart opened, but it was not because of the help it gave to her. It was because she clearly knew that the bright heart could help others understand their own hearts and break through to the next realm. As for the target, it was naturally Yan Chutian, who she had been thinking about. She clearly knew that with the bright heart, she would be an extremely huge help to Yan Chutian. Cher, now that you have just opened the bright heart, you must not use it too frequently. If not, it will be extremely exhausting to your body, and the gains will not make up for the losses. In addition, the inner court exam is approaching. However, with your current strength, you are still a little weak. Therefore, you need to continue your seclusion for the next period of time. Hearing this, Cher did not refute and quietly nodded her head. This was because she clearly knew that there were at most 8 spots that could be promoted into the inner court, which corresponded to the 8 meridians of the inner court. With his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to squeeze into the top 8 of the outer disciples. Therefore, she had to go into seclusion and bitterly train in order to make up for the last bit of inadequacy. As for Yan Chutian, she was not the slightest bit worried. She had always believed that the former would definitely not disappoint her. Furthermore, the news regarding Yan Chutian that came these days had never disappointed him. Outside the valley, 2 figures were still staring at the entrance. They were none other than Bailey Tufing and Bailey Su Che. Even Su Che, who was within 100 miles, couldn't suppress his emotions. Just as they were about to enter the valley, the two of them stared at the entrance for a long time. Finally, a figure appeared. "Sister, big brother Yen." Seeing the beautiful figure coming out, Bailey Suche's eyes lit up and he quickly went up to her. Seeing this, Bailey Siwa smiled and patted her brother's head. At the same time, she could not suppress her excitement and said to Bailey Tufing, "Father, big brother Yen really brought me into the ancestral land." In fact, there was no need for Bailey Siwa to say anything. Bailey Tufing already knew that the two of them had entered the ancestral land. This was because he could clearly feel that his daughter's cultivation was on par with his. This kind of advancement speed, other than the contribution of the ancestral land's opportunity, what else could it be? As for Yen Chutian, although he was unable to see through his cultivation, there was no need to think too much to know that he was definitely much stronger than before. "Thank you, brother Yen, for bringing you into the ancestral land." Therefore, he quickly thanked Yen Chutan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yen Chutian quickly waved his hand. He really could not accept this credit. After some pleasantries, Yen Chutian did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intention to leave. Bailey Tufing was slightly stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Bailey Siwa and saw the flustered look on his daughter's face. How could he not know that his daughter had fallen for Yen Chutan? In fact, if Yen Chutian had taken a liking to his daughter, Bailey Tufing would have been happy to see it. This was because Yen Chutian gave him a very good impression. Not only was he powerful, but he was also humble and did not bully the weak. Unfortunately, it seemed that Yen Chutian did not have that kind of interest in you. However, since she was his daughter, he had to fight for her. Therefore, Bailey Tufing directly said, "Brother Yen, why don't you come to the Bailey clan to rest for a few days so that we can properly thank you for your kindness?" As soon as Bailey Tufing finished speaking, Bailey Siwa's face, which was originally flustered, suddenly brightened up and said, "Brother Yen, don't be anxious. Big brother Yen, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You've saved our Bailey clan. We must repay you properly." Unfortunately, Yen Chutian still shook his head. It had been a long time since he left the Firmament God Palace. How could he continue to delay? Clan leader Bailey, Miss Yen is being too polite. It's not about kindness. To be honest, I, Yen Chutian, want to repay Miss Siwa for saving my life. However, I really have something important to do, so I have to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Chutian did not wait for their reaction and turned to leave. Bailey Tufing was helpless when he saw this, and Bailey Siwa's face darkened as she lowered her head. This was because she had a feeling that if they parted like this, it would be difficult for them to see each other again. However, no one expected that Bailey Siwa would suddenly become determined and quickly rush over to Yen Chutan. Beside Yen Chutian. While Yen Chutian was confused, he grabbed Yen Chutian's arm tightly and said solemnly, "Brother Yen, my sister likes you, and I also want you to be my brother-in-law." Yen Chutian had just experienced the feeling of not giving up until he had shocked someone to death. At the same time, Bailey Siwa's pretty face was also filled with shock. Then, her entire pretty face turned red. Bailey Tufing smiled faintly when he saw this. This was good too. If both sides were interested in each other, there was no way they would miss it. At first, Yen Chutian thought that Bailey Siwa was just joking. However, when he saw Bailey Siwa's face turn redder and redder, he finally realized something. This made Yen Chutian feel extremely awkward. However, he knew very well that he definitely did not like Bailey Siwa. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he did not look at Bailey Siwa. Instead, he looked at Bailey Siwa and shook his head. "Siwa, don't joke about your sister. I'm just a rogue cultivator. How can I be good enough for your sister?" Although he did not say it explicitly, his words had already vaguely expressed his attitude. He believed that with Bailey Siwa's intelligence, she should be able to understand what he was implying. As expected, before Yen Chutian even finished speaking, Bailey Siua's face turned pale. How could she not hear the hidden rejection in his words? Hearing this, Bailey Tufing could only sigh in his heart. The falling flowers had feelings, but the flowing water was heartless. Even his own daughter would not be able to escape such a curse. Yen Chutian knew that his words might hurt her, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, in his opinion, giving someone hope when he did not like her at all was truly cruel. Instead, he also believed that Bailey Siua was only temporarily conquered by his strength. As long as he left, she would naturally walk out of it. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he bade farewell and headed in the direction of the Firmament Palace in a flash. When Yen Chutian left, Bailey Siua finally could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart. 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down her pale face. Bailey Tufing and Bailey Siua's hearts ached when they saw Bailey Siua like this. However, they both knew that love could not be forced. At the top of a mountain in the outer sect of Firmament God Palace, the mountain peak that had been silent for an unknown period of time suddenly rumbled. Then, a figure stepped out from the depths of the cave. The figure who stepped out was none other than Zhao Han. However, his face was still pale at the moment. He had not completely recovered from the injuries he suffered from the explosion of the array that day. After all, when he detonated the array, he more or less had to endure a certain amount of backlash. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 609. Due to all these reasons, even though he had been in seclusion for a long time, he still hadn't fully recovered. Although he hadn't fully recovered, a cold smile slowly emerged in the depths of Zhao Han's eyes as he lifted his gaze slightly. From his point of view, Yen Chutian, who had yet to return to the Firmament God Palace, had most likely died in the 7 Extremes peak. Compared to that, he was only injured. What did that count as? What made him feel a little regretful was that he didn't obtain the other party's secret. From his point of view, if he could obtain Yen Chutian's secret, then even if it wasn't as easy as walking on flat ground in the outer sect, there wouldn't be any risks in the inner sect assessment that was soon to come. Thinking of the inner sect assessment, Zhao Han's face immediately became more solemn. The inner sect of the Firmament God Palace was a place that countless outer sect disciples yearned for, including Zhao Han. Therefore, Zhao Han had long been determined to obtain one of the 8 spots to enter the inner sect. At the same time, in the depths of an even more luxurious cave dwelling in the outer sect, the figure of a man slowly opened his eyes. The man was none other than Guohong. At this moment, there were specks of flame-like, deep purple light flickering in the center of Guohong's palm. Although the light was extremely weak, he was extremely satisfied when he saw it. Following this, Guohong also thought of the inner sect assessment that was close at hand. However, he was different from Zhao Han. He had already seen passing the assessment and obtaining one of the 8 spots as something that was set in stone long ago. What he was concerned about now was the decision of the chief. Although there were 8 spots to enter the inner sect, only the top 3 would be rewarded. Moreover, only the chief had the right to choose a branch to join. Otherwise, he could only listen to the selection. He, Guohong, had never been a passive person. Therefore, he naturally wanted to take all the initiative in his own hands. Moreover, only by choosing actively could he ensure that he would be able to enter the Tianyang branch. Currently, the Tianyang branch was in the limelight and even had the faint intention of reaching the top and becoming the chief of the 8 branches. After thinking like this for a long time, Guohong finally inadvertently recalled Yen Chutian's figure. However, when he thought of Yen Chutian, there was not the slightest trace of solemnity on his face. Instead, there was a thick sense of ridicule. The inner sect examination did not restrict the disciples from using any kind of power. Thus, in his eyes, Yen Chutian was not worth mentioning. Of course, if the other party was also participating in the inner disciple exam, then he wouldn't mind giving him a push at a critical moment. As the inner disciple assessment approached, the atmosphere in the entire firmament God Palace became tense. This atmosphere was even more intense than the previous array formation assessment. After all, this was a major event that involved every single outer sect disciple. And as soon as I think of the result of their successful advancement caused the hearts of all the outer sect disciples to burn with passion, because that was the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Compared to the outer sect, the inner sect was the true stage of the firmament God Palace. Furthermore, only at that place would one be able to dance together with the entire heavenly realm's geniuses. Under such an atmosphere, no one would pay attention to a certain figure that suddenly returned to the firmament God Palace. As for the figure that suddenly returned, it was none other than Yen Chutian. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. But when Yen Chutian returned to his residence, he saw a beautiful figure flying over from afar. Senior Sister Yoshue? Yen Chutian's eyes lit up as he looked at the beautiful figure not far away and immediately approached. At first, Mu Yoshue's body tensed up when she sensed an aura approaching. But when she saw the face of the person before her, she let down her guard and smiled faintly. "You're back." Although her tone was cold, there was an unconcealable joy in her words. Yen Chutian did not pay much attention to her words and only nodded his head. Then he asked curiously, "Senior Sister Yoshue, why did you suddenly come to my residence?" Mu Yoshue did not answer, but signaled for Yen Chutian to ascend the mountain. Seeing this, although Yen Chutian was curious, there was also a trace of solemnity in his heart. It was definitely not a small matter for Mu Yoshue to be so cautious. The two of them ascended to the peak of the Green Mountain and entered Yen Chutian's cave. Only then did Mu Yoshue gently extend her hand. She extended her jade-like hand, and an extremely eye-catching jade flute appeared in her fair palm. But rather than calling it a flute, it was more accurate to call it a broken piece. But even if it was just a section of the jade flute, it still caused Yen Chutian's expression to change because there was a faint spiritual energy lingering around the jade flute. This spiritual energy was not simple at all. With Yen Chutian's eyesight, he could immediately tell that it was the power of the heavenly source stage. Yen Chutian was slightly surprised. He did not understand why Mu Yoshue would show him something like this. Mu Yoshue did not hide anything and directly said, "This was left behind by at least a 3 heavenly source stage expert. It's likely to be a weapon that they use to nurture their heavenly source." How could Yen Chutian not understand what Mu Yoshue was implying? This meant that the 3 heavenly source stage expert had already died. If a heavenly source was stored in a weapon, unless the heavenly source was destroyed or the owner died, the weapon would never be damaged with the protection of the heavenly source power. But the weapon that stored the heavenly source had already been damaged to such an extent. There was only one possibility. The 3 heavenly source stage experts had already died. At the same time, a look of frustration appeared on Yen Chutian's face. His cultivation level in his previous life had also stopped at the heavenly source stage. At that time, he had already condensed 8 Genesis and only lacked the final Genesis to step into the next realm, the 9 heavenly source stage. It was a pity that he had never been able to take that final step in his previous life, because he had infiltrated the God realm and discovered their monstrous scheme. He had been directly killed by the ghost sovereign. Thoughts ran through his mind, but Yen Chutian quickly suppressed them and no longer thought about it. In the end, he had not completely died in his previous life, which was why he had been reborn in this life. It was destined that the God realm scheme would not succeed, and his life would not truly end here. Returning to the main topic, Yen Chutian already understood what Mu Yoshue meant. She was most likely thinking about all the opportunities that the 3 heavenly source stage experts might have left behind after their deaths, let alone the heavenly source stage. Even the opportunities left behind by a heavenly palace stage expert were enough to move a Yuanying practitioner's heart, let alone a heavenly source stage expert. Hence, Yen Chutan did not beat around the bush and directly said, "Senior Sister Yosha wants to invite me to explore the place where the heavenly source stage expert died." Yen Chutian's words hit the nail on the head, while Mu Yoshue gently nodded. The first thought that appeared in her mind after accidentally obtaining such a thing was to invite Yen Chutian to explore it together. This was not only because she felt that she was not strong enough, but also because she had not seen him for a long time. The figure before her kept appearing in her heart. After Yen Chutian's words hit the nail on the head, Mu Yoshue silently waited for his reply. Yen Chutian's reply did not disappoint her. "Since Senior Sister Yoshua is so kind, there is no reason for me not to accept." Yen Chutian's reply made Mu Yoshue feel joy in her heart, but she could not help but roll her eyes at him. The charm she displayed in that instant was enough to make countless disciples fall into a daze. It was a pity that such a beautiful scene could only be enjoyed by Yen Chutian alone. The place where a 3 heavenly source stage expert died naturally could not be in the firmament God Palace. Hence, Yen Chutian did not expect that he would have to leave the moment he returned to the firmament God Palace. However, this was also good. The training he received in the firmament God Palace was ultimately too little. Only by traveling in the outside world would he be able to train himself to the greatest extent. In his previous life, Yen Chutan had become the #1 disciple of the firmament God Palace and one of the 10 great geniuses of the heaven domain. It was because of this that he had always roamed the heaven domain that Yen Chutian had given him such an advantage. Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua were extremely quick. After leaving the firmament God Palace, they headed north, following the guidance of the remnant flute's aura. However, they did not know that less than half a day after they left, several figures flew out from the firmament God Palace. The leader of these figures was Xiao Han. His eyes were currently deep, and there was an unconcealable joy in the depths of his pupils. He had never imagined that he would be so lucky as to obtain the remains of a 3 heavenly source stage expert. If he could follow the clues and find the place where she died, his harvest would be unimaginable. Chapter 610. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Under its light, the mountain range gave off a scorching aura that constantly rose, as if it was enough to distort space itself. Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshue entered the mountain range one after the other, their gazes sweeping across the area. However, after a while, the two of them could not help but look at each other in confusion. This place did not look like a place where a heavenly source expert had died. However, one could not just look at the surface. This was a principle that both Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua understood. As such, the two of them did not speak and slowly stepped into the endless mountain range. As they entered the depths of the mountain range, the two of them stared at the damaged flute in their hands. However, the flute fell silent after entering the mountain range. Helpless, the two of them could only put it away and explore the depths of the mountain range based on their own instincts. As they continued to venture deeper, Yen Chutian finally sensed something strange. This seemingly peaceful mountain range seemed to be giving off some strange undulations. Although these undulations were extremely weak, Yen Chutian was just too sensitive. Moreover, how could he miss anything in this situation? Under such circumstances, Yen Chutian slowly raised his head and opened his spirit eye. It shone brightly as he used it to observe the activity in front of him. Under the observation of his spirit eye, he was finally able to clearly see the strange undulations. Even with his spirit eye, it was still blurry. However, Yen Chutian was very certain that there was a boundary within the mountain range. A boundary was not the same as a formation. It was something that a cultivator could forcefully set up based on their own strength. A 3 heavenly origin stage cultivator was already capable of setting up such a barrier. Senior Sister Yoshua, it seems that a 3 heavenly source expert has indeed died here. There is a huge boundary hidden within the mountain range. A boundary Mu Yoshue's eyes lit up. She did not doubt the boundary that Yan Chutian mentioned. However, she was surprised that there was a boundary hidden within the mountain range. However, it made sense after some thought. The heavenly source expert probably knew that his time was up, so he set up a boundary to protect his remains and fortuitous encounters. Therefore, after pondering for a while, she asked Yan Chutian directly, "Then how do we enter?" Upon hearing this, Yan Chutian did not immediately reply. Instead, he looked forward again. A moment later, he slowly replied, "I am not sure. In the end, we have to get closer to know." As Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshue continued to go deeper into the mountain range, many figures appeared outside the mountain range. These figures were none other than Zhao Han's group. Looking at the broken flute in his hand, Zhao Han frowned and looked at the massive mountain range in front of him. The guiding force of the broken flute had always been leading towards this mountain range. However, as it neared the mountain range, it became completely silent instead. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Even so, Zhao Han was absolutely certain that a heavenly Yuan expert had died in the mountain range. As such, he no longer hesitated and immediately stepped into the mountain range. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, a vast plain appeared before them. Only then did Yan Chutian clearly sense that there was a boundary in front of them. With the boundary in front of them, it was impossible to advance any further. As such, Yan Chutian simply stopped and began to scan the enormous boundary with his spiritual eyes. At this moment, even Mu Yoshue could faintly sense the abnormality in the space before them. She understood that this was the boundary that Yan Chutian had mentioned. At the same time, seeing Yan Chutian stop to observe, Mu Yoshue also stopped and did her best to conceal her movements. She understood that Yan Chutian was observing the boundary, waiting for an opportunity to find a hole in it. After all, it was a boundary left behind by a heavenly Yuan expert. How could it be so easy to enter? This situation lasted for half a day before Yan Chutian's eyes finally lit up. Step by step, he began to walk towards an inconspicuous corner of the plain. The moment Yan Chutian moved, Mu Yoshue hurriedly moved as well, closely following behind him. Moments later, the two of them appeared beside a short tree. Mu Yoshue did not sense anything strange, but Yan Chutian stared at the short tree, not shifting his gaze away for even a moment. Following which, he slowly extended his palm. The chi in his palm gradually surged and continuously flowed into the short tree. After this, Mu Yoshue was shocked to discover that the short tree was constantly changing shape. In the end, the short tree completely disappeared. At the same time, the place where the short tree had been was a distorted space. In that distorted space, there seemed to be a gate that led to another world. This door must be the entrance to the interior of the boundary. When the door vaguely appeared, Yan Chutian closed his eyes as a pale color flashed across his face. Using the spirit eye for such a long time had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had stepped into the second layer of Yuanying, or he would be in an even more miserable state. "Are you all right?" Even though the change in Yan Chutian's expression only lasted for a moment, Mu Yoshue could not help but ask. Hearing this, Yan Chutian shook his head indifferently. He then looked towards the door in the distorted space and immediately said, "Senior Sister Yoshue, let's enter the boundary." Okay. When the two of them stepped into the boundary, they did not know that on the other side of the mountain range, Zhao Han was also looking at the vast plain in front of him thoughtfully. So there's actually a boundary. No wonder it's like this. After a while, he suddenly smiled indifferently, hearing that he had found out the reason. The lackeys around him all began to flatter him, praising him for his extraordinariness. Although he knew that these were all words of flattery, he couldn't help but admit that such flattery was always very pleasing to hear. As a result, a proud look appeared on Zhao Han's face. However, he would not forget the opportunity to win over the hearts of the people. "Thank you for coming with me today. As long as you help me find an opportunity, I, Zhao Han, will definitely not forget your help in the future. Haha. Senior brother Zhao Han is too polite. It is our fortune to be able to help senior brother Zhao Han. Senior brother Zhao, you're welcome. As long as senior brother doesn't forget us in the future. The interior of the boundary was completely different from the outside world. What appeared in front of them was a messy mountain forest. At the center of the messy land, there was a bottomless pit. Faintly, an enormous pressure was being emitted from the depths of this huge pit. The two of them did not need to think too much to understand that the heavenly origin stage cultivator had fallen in this huge pit. After a brief moment of silence, the two of them slowly approached the huge pit. As they approached, they finally saw a broken jade flute quietly floating at the edge of the huge pit. Seeing this, Mu Yoshua hurriedly took out the broken flute. As expected, the suction force from the beginning appeared again and was much stronger than before. The moment Mu Yoshua let go of the broken flute, it turned into a ray of light and shot towards the edge of the pit. However, at this moment, a ray of light also shot over from a certain place, landing at the edge of the pit and turning into a broken flute. With the return of the two pieces, the broken jade flute seemed to have finally returned to its original state. However, at this moment, neither Mu Yoshua nor Yen Chutian had the time to care about the complete jade flute. Instead, they stared in the direction of the ray of light. It was impossible for the broken flute to return by itself, so there was only one possibility. Someone like them had found this place with a broken flute. Sure enough, a moment later, the two of them saw several figures appear one after another. Yen Chutian's eyes could not help but turn cold when he saw the man leading the group. Enemies were really bound to meet. He did not expect to meet them in a place like this. The person Yen Chutian was looking at was none other than Zhao Han. Seeing the two of them at the same time, especially Yen Chutian, Zhao Han's eyes immediately widened. In his opinion, since Yen Chutian had not returned to the Firmament God Palace for a long time, he should have already died. So why was he here unscathed? Mu Yoshua's face also turned grave when she saw Zhao Han. In her eyes, Zhao Han was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Not to mention, he had so many lackeys by his side. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 611. Seeing Zhao Han and the large crowd around him, Mu Yoshua's pretty face turned extremely grave. Not to mention those lackeys. Just Zhao Han alone was enough to make her feel that it was extremely difficult to deal with him. She didn't even have the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Similarly, when they saw Mu Yoshua and Yen Chutian, a light flashed in the eyes of the outer sect disciples around Zhao Han. Mu Yoshua had long been famous, but more importantly, they knew Yen Chutian too well. In the clash with the celestial ocean valleys Yin and Yangland, the other party had turned the tide at the last moment, reversing the situation. What's more, during the array test, he surprised everyone by winning the first place. How could they not know about Yen Chutian? However, the commotion died down a moment later, following which, a look of disdain surfaced on the faces of many people. It was undeniable that Yen Chutian had exceeded everyone's expectations several times and was extremely extraordinary, but that was under special circumstances. If they were to compete in strength, they didn't think that Zhao Han could surpass them by much. Secondly, even if they couldn't, they still had Zhao Han behind them. With Zhao Han's strength, he could even fight a 6th-level Yuanying cultivator. I didn't expect to meet the first place of the array formation test here. But it's a pity that array formation isn't the only thing that can be used here. Lord Chief, if you know what's good for you, you should leave as soon as possible. Offending us is a small matter, but angering senior brother Zhao Han is not a good thing. Ow. A lot of sarcastic words came out from the mouths of the lackeys around Zhao Han, and it seemed that under their flattery, Zhao Han also felt that Mu Yoshua wasn't his match when he recalled the scene in the 7 Extremity Peak. If he hadn't been careless that day and was restrained by Mu Yoshua wouldn't have been able to leave the Seven Extremity Peak alive. Thinking of this, Zhao Han's cold face couldn't help but reveal a faint sneer. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that if he hadn't taken the initiative that day and set up the formation to allow Yan Chutian to enter, the outcome would have been completely uncertain. But even so, if possible, Zhao Han did not want to do it himself. It would be best if he could use his power to suppress others. Therefore, under the crowd's encirclement, he took a few steps forward and looked down at the two of them. More specifically, he was looking at Yan Chutian. The two of you, I, Zhao Han, want the opportunity here today. Please give me some face. However, Zhao Han did not expect that before he could finish speaking, Yan Chutian's ear-piercing cold laughter immediately rang out. Hee, what face do you think you have? This short sentence caused Zhao Han's face to darken. The already tense atmosphere became even more tense. Mu Yoshua's face also changed. She didn't expect Yan Chutian to be so merciless from the start. However, with her sharp mind, she still felt a trace of something special. It seemed like there was some unknown enmity between the two of them. You don't know the difference between life and death. Senior Zhao Han is not someone you can talk back to. At the same time, beside Zhao Han, a man with a cultivation level of Yuanying Stage 5 suddenly shouted angrily. Then, he directly attacked without any hesitation. In his opinion, Yan Chutian's formation skills were indeed very strong, but it would be fine as long as he didn't give the other party time to set up the formation. Even if Mu Yoshua's cultivation was also strange, he was only comparable to a stage for Yuanying Stage 5. How could he be a match for him? Seeing the other party directly attacking, Yan Chutian sneered in his heart. Then he calmly raised his right palm and slowly extended it towards the other party. This scene was seen by the other lackeys. They all ridiculed Yan Chutian for not knowing the difference between life and death. At the same time, the man who was attacking also snorted coldly. Then, the surging power of the qi became even more violent. Since the other party didn't know the difference between life and death, he didn't mind letting the other party know that he was already aware of the other party's strength. He didn't care at all. Bang! The loud sound of a collision resounded in the next moment. However, the result of this collision caused the expressions of the people around Zhao Han to immediately freeze. This was because they didn't see the good show that they were looking forward to. Instead, the man was directly sent flying by Yan Chutian's punch. The destructive power blasted him dozens of feet away and smashed deep into the ground. How is this possible? Brother Zhou Bo is a Stage 5 Yuanying Stage 5 cultivator. How could he be defeated by a single punch? What exactly is going on? In the next moment, numerous exclamations continuously rose like a tidal wave. When he saw this scene, Zhao Han's eyes also greatly changed. Deep within his pupils, there was a dense shock. He was very clear that the other party shouldn't have been so strong not long ago. How could he have become so strong now? One had to know that even after such a long time, the injuries in his body had not completely recovered. However, not only did the other party not show any signs of being injured, he was even stronger than before. How could such a situation make him feel at ease? Mu Yoshua's beautiful eyes were also complicated when she saw the scene before her. She also didn't expect that Yan Chutian would become so much stronger in such a short period of time. The current him had completely left him behind, no matter if it was in terms of cultivation or attainments in the Array Dao. The crushing defeat made the people around Zhao Han no longer dare to speak nonsense. They could only look at Zhao Han, who was at the front. In their opinion, only Zhao Han had a chance of defeating the other party. However, they didn't know that even Zhao Han didn't dare to act rashly. Facing Yan Chutian, he felt immense pressure. However, under the converging gazes of so many people, he couldn't take a step back. Otherwise, what prestige would he have in the future? Such a dilemma caused Zhao Han to be at a loss of what to do. Yan Chutian understood people's hearts too well. As a result, with a single glance, he was able to understand what the other party was thinking. This caused him to sneer in his heart once again. Following that, he took a step forward and said without any scruples, "Zhao Han, do you dare to fight me fairly? If you win, we will give up the opportunity here and never touch it." However, hearing these words, Zhao Han's expression didn't look good. Instead, it became even uglier. This was because if he had the confidence to defeat the other party, why would he hesitate and not dare to make a move? He would have already blasted the other party out of this place. And the other party's words, it was obvious that he wanted to push the situation in this direction. However, in this kind of situation, the lackeys around Zhao Han who didn't know what was going on sneered and jeered. "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that with just you can be a match for senior brother Zhao? You don't know life from death. Once senior brother Zhao Han makes a move, it will be your end." Hearing these words, Zhao Han really wanted to slap the lackey behind him to death. Yan Chutian looked at Zhao Han's ashen face, and then looked at the lackey, whose face was filled with ridicule. He couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, he didn't laugh out loud in the end. Instead, he pretended to be calm and said slowly, "How about it? Do you dare to fight? Damn it." Zhao Han roared in his heart, but in the end, he couldn't say the word "accept." Because even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew in his heart. If they were to fight like this, he might not be the other party's match. However, he couldn't escape directly. Instead, after his eyes moved slightly, his face suddenly turned pale, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Han was originally injured, and the lackeys around him also knew about it. Thus, when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but think that his injury had been triggered. Zhao Han was pretending to be suffering from the backlash. As his body swayed, he looked at Yan Chutian unwillingly, and then left in a flash. Since Zhao Han had left, the lackeys could only follow. And when they left, there were still lackeys who didn't forget to coldly glance at Yan Chutian and arrogantly say, "You're lucky today. Senior brother Zhao Han's old injury has relapsed, but you've offended senior brother Zhao. When senior brother fully recovers, it will definitely be your miserable time." After throwing down these ruthless words, he helped the male disciple who had crashed into the ground dozens of feet away and immediately left. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 612. Yan Chutian's eyes did not even blink as he watched Zhao Han miserably flee. As for the lackey's final words, he could not help but snicker in his heart. He clearly understood that what the other party had said would never happen. Even if there were such stupid lackeys, there would still be some smart ones among them. As long as they thought back a little, they should know whether Zhao Han had left because of his injuries or because of something else. At the same time, Mu Yoshue, who was behind Yan Chutian, stared at the skinny figure in front of her with a complicated gaze. In truth, she had already expected such a day to come a long time ago. However, Mu Yoshue had never imagined that this day would come so quickly. Not to mention the array formation trial, the trip to the Yinyang land, and even the Mystic Fire Lotus Pond trial had only been a short while. But now, Yan Chutian, who she had once paid little attention to, had become so powerful that someone like Zhao Han had fled in fear. It would not be long before he entered the inner sect, right? Mu Yoshue's eyes dimmed slightly at the thought of this. She no longer felt that there was any possibility of her catching up to Yan Chutian. At that time, the incomparably dazzling him would likely toss an insignificant person like her to the back of his mind. Senior sister Yoshue, the 3 heavenly yuan experts, should have died in the giant pit. Let's be careful and head over together. Yan Chutian's steady voice slowly rang out while Mu Yoshue's thoughts were running wild. Only then did Mu Yoshue return to her senses and immediately nod her head. The two of them walked towards the deep pit step by step. The closer they got to the pit, the more indescribably vast an aura filled the area. The two of them clearly understood that it was the aura of a heavenly yuan expert. Even if a heavenly yuan expert had died, it was not something a Yuanying stage cultivator could offend. As a result, Muyoshue and Yen Chutian were extremely careful as they advanced. However, the danger that they were expecting never appeared. The two of them faced the aura and appeared at the edge of the deep pit. The deep pit was vast and deep, but it was not bottomless. When one looked over, one could see a jade flute quietly floating at the bottom of the deep pit. Below the floating jade flute was a pile of bones that were scattered in a disorderly manner. The two of them looked at each other and entered the pit one after the other, heading towards the pile of bones. At this moment, music abruptly began to play from the originally peaceful jade flute. The music was incomparably desolate. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the two of them could hear an extremely furious roar from the music. "I hate you! Su Tu, I loved you so deeply, but you killed me for a woman. For an opportunity, I hate you!" Following the furious roar, an incomparably boundless aura rapidly pressed towards the two of them. Yen Chutian immediately sensed something. He immediately reached out and pulled Mu Yoshua behind him. At the same time, Xianyang Qi crazily gushed out from his body. Xianyang Qi surged and gathered, instantly forming a light barrier around the two of them. The moment the light screen appeared, an extremely irritated roar rang out. At the same time, the strange aura that was charging over immediately retreated. Next, a blurry figure gradually appeared in front of Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshua. It was a woman, but her appearance was clearly not her real body. Only a wisp of her soul remained. In other words, her Yuanying had been torn apart and only a tiny part was left. Even so, Yen Chutian would not underestimate her in the slightest. After all, this wisp of soul should belong to the 3 heavenly source experts who had died here. At the same time, shock flashed in the woman's eyes as she looked at the 2 people in front of her. She had never imagined that the light barrier around the 2 of them would be able to stop her. Otherwise, she would have been able to possess the 4th layer Yuanying female cultivator. "Damn it, you ruined my plans!" The remnant soul roared in anger. Yen Chutian naturally knew that he had spoiled her plans. However, there wasn't any good expression on his face as well. Just now, she had wanted to seize the opportunity to possess Mu Yoshua. If it were not for his quick reaction and the fact that the mysterious Yang Qi did not let him down, Mu Yoshua's body would have been successfully taken over. Therefore, Yen Chutian coldly said as he stared at the remnant soul, "Senior Sister Yoshua, wait for me to completely erase this remnant soul before I search for the remaining opportunity." The woman's expression changed slightly when she heard this, but she quickly regained her composure and sneered. You won't get anything if you kill me, but I can give you the opportunity. It's a pity that there is only one opportunity, so only one of you will be able to obtain it." Before she finished speaking, the remnant soul stared at the 2 people before her as if she was watching a good show. In her opinion, the 2 of them would definitely suspect each other or even directly fight over the opportunity. She had already seen such things far too many times. In fact, it had even happened to her in the past. When she thought of the scenes from the past, her eyes turned blood red, and she was unable to suppress the anger that soared to the heavens. Unfortunately, the outcome was destined to disappoint her. Let alone the fact that Yen Chutian had seen through her thoughts with a single glance. Yen Chutian wanted to go against his bottom line because of the opportunity left behind by a 3 heavenly source expert. She was simply looking down on him. Haha, isn't that simple? That's an opportunity. I'll just let my senior sister obtain it. Yen Chutian immediately replied with a sneer. However, the meaning behind his words clearly made the remnant soul's expression freeze. Similarly, Mu Yoshua's expression changed as well. She subconsciously tried to explain that she did not want to take the opportunity for herself. The remnant soul's expression froze, but she quickly recovered her sneer and mocked. "There's no need to hide it in front of me. I don't have any intentions of testing you. I said I'll give you the opportunity, so I'll give you the opportunity. I've already had enough of this endless torment." As she spoke, the remnant's soul truly revealed a look of weariness. This was not an act, but what she truly thought. She had only managed to last until today because of her unwillingness to accept this outcome. However, even she was well aware of this fact. If she continued like this, she would be the only one suffering and torment. Moreover, even if she was reborn, who knows how long it would take for her to catch up to that bastard's cultivation. Thus, what could she use to take revenge? However, Yan Chutian did not care about what she was thinking. He continued to speak. "I'm not hiding anything. Just give this opportunity to my senior sister." Hearing Yan Chutian's words, the remnant's soul froze for a moment. However, she then laughed coldly. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart. What a good plan. You want to use this to make this woman completely loyal to you? The remnant soul's one-sided view, coupled with her angry roar from before, allowed Yan Chutian to understand something. He could only sigh at this pitiful person. However, Yan Chutian did not expect that at this moment the remnant's soul suddenly spoke. "All right, I can give all my opportunities to your senior sister." The remnant soul's words caused Yan Chutian to be slightly stunned. However, his eyes quickly turned cold. However, the former seemed to have expected this and said directly, "Don't worry. With my current strength, I cannot possess her. Furthermore, you can also create a defense around her to prevent me from taking over her body. My goal is to give all my opportunities to your senior sister." Since the remnant soul had said so, Yan Chutian naturally would not refute. Instead, he looked at Mu Yoshua's hesitant face and slowly said, "Senior sister Yoshua, I will protect you. I will not let you be possessed." Hearing this, Mu Yoshua's expression was still complicated. She did not move. It wasn't because she was afraid of being possessed that she was hesitant. However, she felt that this opportunity should belong to Yan Chutian. At least, the two of them should share it. How could she take it all for herself? Mu Yoshua knew all too well that if it weren't for Yan Chutian, she would not have been able to find this place. Furthermore, she would not be Zhao Han's opponent. Senior sister Yoshua, don't worry. It's just an opportunity. Just treat it as me repaying you for taking care of me in the mystical fire Lotus Pond. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 613. Since Yan Chutian had put it this way, how could Mu Yoshua refuse? Moreover, deep in her heart, she also wanted a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter that would not allow her to catch up to Yan Chutian, but at least she would not be left further and further behind. As a result, just as the remnant soul had said, Mu Yoshua slowly approached under the protection of Yan Chutian's profound yang energy screen. Yan Chutian himself retreated a few steps, but during this process his line of sight was firmly fixed on Mu Yoshua. If Mu Yoshua showed any abnormality, he would immediately act. At the same time, looking at the woman's remnant soul before her, Mu Yoshua had a complicated expression. She vaguely knew that the woman in front of her had been miserable when she was alive. Not only had she died, but she had been ambushed by the person she loved the most. I didn't think he would actually give this fortuitous encounter to you. Looking at Mu Yoshua, the remnant soul sneered. But don't think that he truly loves you. It's just that you still have something that attracts him. One day, when he gets tired of you, my current appearance will be your future. However, the remnant soul did not expect that Mu Yoshua's expression did not change at all after hearing her words. Mu Yoshua naturally did not agree with her words. After all, not everyone would meet such a bad person. Moreover, the feeling that Yan Chutian gave her was too pure and simple. Even though Mu Yoshua was very confident in her appearance, she had never seen Yan Chutian show greed for her appearance. Perhaps he could pretend once or twice, but if he kept doing so after a long time, there was only one possibility, a possibility that made Mu Yoshua smile bitterly. That was, he was not interested in her. You will understand in the future." The remnant soul stared at Mu Yoshue and finally threw down those words. In her opinion, Mu Yoshue had been bewitched. After all, wasn't she the same back then? Only by personally experiencing it, when the bloody truth was in front of her, would she wake up. Following that, the remnant soul did not play any tricks. Instead, as it had said, it slowly passed down its own fortuitous encounter to Mu Yoshue. Following the inheritance, her originally faint figure started to become more and more illusory. However, during this process, there was no resentment on her face. Instead, there was relief. After hating for so long, she was already too tired. The inheritance lasted for half an hour. When half an hour had passed, the figure of the remnant soul was already extremely illusory, faintly discernible. Mu Yoshue, who had received the inheritance, had already fainted. Just before she fell to the ground, Yan Chutian quickly helped her up. Then he looked at the remnant soul that was on the verge of dissipating. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but at this moment, Yan Chutian couldn't help but say, "You can tell me who attacked you. Yes, I will avenge you." However, Yan Chutian did not expect the remnant soul, who had endured for so long because of her hatred, to lightly shake her head after hearing his words. Following this, the remnant soul looked at the unconscious Mu Yoshue next to Yan Chutian and slowly said, "You don't owe me anything, so you don't need to avenge me. If possible, you can always treat her well. That will be enough." After speaking, the remnant soul's body started to quickly dissipate. At that moment, she thought back to the beautiful things she had experienced. Even though she knew they were all lies, she couldn't help but reveal a look of reminiscence. "Su-Tu, why did you betray me?" After a final, dreamy murmur, the remnant soul completely dissipated, disappearing from this world. Seeing this scene from beginning to end, Yan Chutian felt boundless sympathy for this remnant soul. This was a pitiful person, and he could empathize with the pain of being betrayed. After all, he had also experienced such betrayal in the past. He was lucky to survive, but the other party could only turn into a remnant soul, struggling in pain in this world. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian couldn't help but bow towards the place where the remnant soul had come from. This could be considered as sending her off on her final journey. After the remnant soul completely disappeared into the depths of the huge pit, Yan Chutian supported Mu Yoshue and exited the spirit formation world together. Just as they left the boundary, Mu Yoshue, who had been unconscious for a while, finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, a jade flute suddenly shot over and floated around her body as if it had a mind of its own. Although Mu Yoshue's pretty face was filled with surprise, she soon understood and slowly extended her hand. Swish! Mu Yoshue extended her hand, and the jade flute immediately fell into her palm. Seeing this scene, she immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "It seems that she has indeed passed on all her opportunities to you." Seeing this scene, Yan Chutian faintly smiled. Even the weapon that had been stored in his heavenly source had been given away. That meant that his opponent had truly died. Because of Yan Chutian's words, Mu Yoshue also thought of the remnant soul. Thinking of the remnant soul, her expression was undoubtedly much more complicated than the former. Although Su-Tu had evil intentions at the beginning, and even tried to possess her in the end, he had still passed on all his opportunities to her. Even so, they were worthy of being master and disciple. With a single glance, Yan Chutian could tell what Mu Yoshue was worried about, so he directly said, "You don't need to worry. If possible, we will take revenge for her in the future." Mu Yoshue immediately nodded, but worry soon filled her face. She could tell that Su-Tu was at least at the heavenly source stage from his cultivation, and it was very likely that he was even stronger than that. If that was the case, how could she take revenge for him? Easily. But even so, she would not give up on the idea of taking revenge for him. At this point, the search for opportunities had come to an end. Although in the end, Yan Chutian didn't obtain any opportunity, Mu Yoshue had obtained a considerable inheritance. Speaking of which, it wasn't a loss. Since it was over, Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshue began to leave the mountain range. However, the two of them would never have imagined that the first thing they would see when they stepped out of the depths of the mountain range was several firmament god palace disciples lying on the ground. Their gazes continued forward, only to see Zhao Han miserably kneeling on the ground. A huge broadsword hovered above his head. Biting cold broadsword qi filled the air. The sharpness of the broadsword seemed to be able to rip apart space itself. At the same time, a sudden sneer slowly rang out. You've finally come out. You've really made me wait for a long time. The sneer did not conceal the dense chilliness in the slightest. At the same time, the chilliness in the gaze that shot over was also undisguised. However, there was no need for the other party to say anything. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yan Chutian knew that the other party did not come with good intentions. However, he did not expect that the other party could injure Zhao Han and the others to such a state alone. It seemed that the other party's strength was not to be underestimated. Looking forward, Yan Chutian soon saw the face of the figure behind the floating broadsword. It was an extremely pale youth. However, his face was obviously not born like this, but cultivated some kind of technique. Yan Chutian was already used to this, so he did not care at all. Instead, he continued to look down. When he saw the robe clearly, Yan Chutian completely understood. No wonder the other party was so aggressive. It turned out that he was a Tianyang Valley disciple. Although the Tianyang Valley was fully prepared for the trip to the Yinyang land, they were still defeated by the Firmament God Palace in the end. Therefore, one could imagine what kind of attitude the Tianyang Valley had towards the Firmament God Palace disciples. Moreover, even without this point, the Tianyang Valley had been suppressed by the Firmament God Palace in the Zhongyuan continent for so many years. This was enough to imagine that the entire Tianyang Valley would definitely be hostile towards the Firmament God Palace. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not say anything unnecessary to this Tianyang Valley disciple and directly said in a cold tone, "After waiting for so long, what do you want?" Hearing Yan Chutian's cold words, the sneer on the Heavenly Ocean Valley's disciple's face grew even denser. Soon after, he did not bother to conceal anything and directly said, "In the Heavenly Ocean Valley, do you know how high the reward for your head is? So, what do you think I will do?" Yan Chutian was not surprised by the Tianyang Valley disciple's words. He still spoke calmly as before. "It seems that you think you can take my head? Add a bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 614. Hearing Yan Chutian's questioning question, the Tianyang Valley disciple's face gradually darkened. However, just as he was about to explode in anger, he suddenly smiled strangely. His gaze seemed to have seen through Yan Chutian's scheme. "Haha, useless little trick. Do you think you can mess with my mind like this? And do you think you can do anything by messing with my mind? Do you think you can contend against me with your insignificant strength?" Before he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura had already spread out from the Tianyang Valley disciple's body. The aura was so powerful that both Mu Yoshue and Yan Chutian could clearly feel it. Such a powerful aura had probably reached the 6th level of Yuanying. Realizing this, Mu Yoshue's pretty face turned serious. Her mind was already tense at this moment. This was because the 6th level of Yuanying was extremely powerful. If she was alone, it would be difficult for her to resist the opponent's attack. Even though Yan Chutian had easily forced Zhao Han, who was at the 5th level of Yuanying, to retreat, Mu Yoshue could not determine whether he had the ability to contend against the Tianyang Valley disciple in front of her. Although the difference between the 5th and 6th levels of Yuanying seemed to be only 1 level, the actual difference was huge. Otherwise, Zhao Han would have been able to resist at all. At this moment, Zhao Han, who was kneeling on the ground with a giant blade floating above his head that could take his life at any time, had a look of despair on his face. He had fought with the Tianyang Valley disciple before, but he had been defeated immediately. He had not been able to resist at all. Therefore, Even though he felt that Yan Chutian was much stronger than before, he did not think that the former had the ability to fight with the Tianyang Valley disciple. If he was defeated, the result was obvious. All the disciples of the Firmament God Palace here would be killed by the opponent. At this moment, only Yan Chutian's expression remained the same. It was as if he had already expected the opponent's aura to come. Perhaps the 6th level of Yuanying was too powerful for him before, but that was in the past. Now he had already stepped into the 2nd level of Yuanying, and his foundation was extremely solid. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeves. It was not impossible for him to have the ability to fight with a disciple of the Tianyang Valley, who was at the 6th level of Yuanying. At the same time, he looked at Yan Chutian, who was still calm after he had revealed his cultivation level. The Sky Ocean Valley's disciple couldn't help but look curious. He found it strange. Could it be that the guy in front of him did not know fear? Or did he overestimate himself and think that he could surpass several realms and fight him head-on? However, no matter what the reason was, he had no interest in speaking. From his point of view, once he seriously injured him, he would understand how foolish his words and actions were. Therefore, in the next moment, the eyes of the Tianyang Valley disciple gradually turned cold. At the same time, the aura that permeated the air had a murderous aura on top of its already sharp foundation. Following that, along with his final bloodthirsty words, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Remember, the one who will kill you today is the forest spirit of the Tianyang Valley. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking resounded. In the next instant, a palm appeared out of nowhere and grabbed at Yan Chutian's back. It looked like an ordinary palm, but the surging aura was so strong that even space could not stop it. It was easily torn apart. Then, the palm easily tore apart Yan Chutian's body. However, when the palm tore apart Yan Chutian's body, the forest spirit did not smile. Instead, she smiled coldly. The moment she touched him, she realized that it was just an afterimage. As expected, the torn afterimage rapidly disappeared from its original location. At the same time, Yan Chutian's figure had unknowingly appeared 30 meters away. "Ha, you're quite capable." The forest spirit mocked, and then her palm came down again. This time, a vast amount of energy was grabbed by her and crushed the ground and the trees like tofu. Then, she charged at Yan Chutian. However, such a ferocious attack only crushed Yan Chutian's afterimage. After such a ferocious attack, the forest spirit could no longer maintain her calm expression. Humph! So the so-called disciples of the Firmament God Palace are just a bunch of runaways. At the same time, seeing Yan Chutian displaying such astonishing speed, Zhao Han's eyes involuntarily flashed with a gleam. Yes, his opponent's movement skill was extremely strange and unpredictable. Perhaps with his movement skill, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could make his opponent unable to do anything to him. In this way, even if he could not win, he would not lose either. The moment Zhao Han's radiance appeared, Yan Chutian's figure appeared in front of the forest demon in broad daylight. Then he spoke in a magnanimous manner. "Ha ha! If you want to fight, then let's fight!" Yan Chutian's words were so domineering that the forest spirit was speechless. However, this scene made Zhao Han's expression change. He cursed Yan Chutian's stupidity in his heart. He could have relied on his movement skill, but he chose to fight head-on. Could it be that he could not see through such an obvious trick? At the same time, although the forest spirit was unable to answer on the surface, she also sneered in her heart. She was wondering how strong his opponent was, but he was actually so stupid. However, since that was the case, he could not blame her for being vicious. At this time, only Mu Yoshua believed in Yan Chutian. Moreover, after interacting with him for a long time, she knew that Yan Chutian was not a reckless person and would not be provoked by such simple words. However, it was impossible for her to give a reason. After all, Yan Chutian had always been mysterious and would always surprise her. Returning to the main topic, the instant Yan Chutian's words sounded, Lin Yao, who was ridiculing him in her heart, did not hesitate in the slightest. She immediately moved both her palms. Vast and mighty qi swept over, faintly interweaving into a giant battle axe. It tore through space and furiously chopped towards Yan Chutian. The forest spirit was also carefully observing Yan Chutian when the battle axe slashed down. When she confirmed that the latter was not dodging and was going to fight head-on, the mocking laughter in her heart reached its peak. She was extremely confident that with her 6th level Yuanying power, as long as Lin Fan dared to fight head-on, even if she could not kill him, she could severely injure him. As long as she could injure him, wouldn't Lin Fan become a fish on the chopping board? Zhao Han could not help but shake his head when he saw that Yan Chutian was not dodging and was going to take the attack head-on. In his opinion, they would not be able to escape today. At this moment, looking at the giant axe descending from the sky, Yan Chutian's eyes gently opened and closed. Following that, the enormous power that had been accumulating in his body for a long time was finally completely mobilized. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had completely mobilized his full strength after stepping into the 2nd level of Yuanying. The vigorous energy was like a wolf and a tiger. Although it did not condense into a form like the forest spirit's attack, the aura that surged out was not much weaker. The enormous pressure that spread out was enough to shatter space. The aura was like a dragon and tiger that rushed forward. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the two attacks collided in midair. The result of this clash was destined to be out of Zhao Han's expectations, as well as the forest spirit's own. Even though Yan Chutian's attack seemed to be slightly slower, after the two attacks collided, his qi finally blocked the former's attack, causing the giant axe to stop in midair. Such a scene obviously shocked Zhao Han greatly. This was because even he could not block the attack like this. In other words, could it be that Yan Chutian's strength was close to the 6th level of Yuanying? But how could this be possible? He was clearly only at the 2nd level of Yuanying. Boom! There was another explosion. However, following this explosion, the giant axe finally tore apart Yan Chutian's qi. However, at this moment, the giant axe's energy was almost depleted. It could not continue to slash at Lin Fan. As a result, even though she had the upper hand, the forest spirit's expression did not look good at all. She could not imagine that one day her all-out attack would be blocked by a mere 2nd level of Yuanying cultivator. It was also this scene that made her realize the strange words that were described in the bounty. The firmament, god palace disciple in front of her could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 615. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, the forest demon was still confident that she could win. Although the other party's strength was strange, she still had the upper hand in the previous clash. Thus, in the end, she would still be the victor. Thinking of this, the forest demon regained her previous arrogance. So what if a grasshopper could flip around? In the end, it could not escape from being overturned by her hands. Even so, she did not want to give the other party any chance to breathe. In the next instant, spiritual energy surged wildly in the forest demon's palms. The power surging under her arms actually glowed through her flesh and clothes. In the end, it converged in her palms. There was a strange black-purple halo wriggling in the center of her palms. As the black-purple halo wriggled, the power that spread out had reached an unimaginable level. Feeling such a terrifying power fluctuation, Zhao Han could not help but tremble both physically and mentally. He could clearly feel that if such a terrifying power came directly at him, he would not even leave behind a corpse and would be obliterated. It was also because of this that the little bit of hope that he had because of Yan Chutian and the forest demons' head-on clash instantly vanished. He could not deny that Yan Chutian was indeed shocked that he could block to such an extent. However, so what? That power was clearly not the forest demon's limit. Thus, under such circumstances, what could he use to block it? It was not only Zhao Han. Under such circumstances, Mu Yoshua's heart had unexpectedly tensed up. Mu Yoshua also did not have the power to block the spreading destructive ripples that were even more terrifying than before. Even though she believed in Yan Chutian, she could not help but feel anxious in her heart. Could he really block such a terrifying attack? At this moment, Mu Yoshua only hated that she did not obtain the inheritance earlier. Otherwise, she would not be standing here and unable to help at all. Kiki, this is the blood pagoda. I, the forest demon, have never used it against an opponent of the same level. At the same time, the forest demon's sinister and cold laughter suddenly rang out, following which a bloody tinge appeared in his tone. Therefore, you should be proud that you have fallen to the blood Buddha today. When the last two words were spoken, Lin Yao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Following that, a terrifying power gushed out from the black and purple halos in her palms like a fountain. Wherever the power passed, the power that rolled back was filled with the will of Buddha. Wherever it passed, the space was silently annihilated. It was hard to imagine how powerful such a terrifying, offensive spiritual art was. Sensing the terrifying spirit art displayed by the forest demon, it was not difficult for Yan Chutian to know that the other party was serious. The strength of such a spiritual technique had truly reached a level where it would be difficult for anyone below Yuaning level 6 or above to use it, to the point of being able to resist. At this time, Yan Chutian also rejoiced. Fortunately, his cultivation base had stepped into the second level of Yuaning realm. More importantly, the fragmentary star mark had been cultivated to the 5th Yuan level. Otherwise, even if he did not die as the forest demon expected, he would end up in an extremely sorry state. Since he had already made up his mind, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, a beam of light shot out from the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, an indescribable power crazily surged within his body. This power was none other than the 5 elements fragmentary star mark. 5 elements fragmentary star mark. Boom! When the power truly erupted, a ray of starlight suddenly appeared. However, compared to Lin Yao's blood pagoda, this ray of light did not have a shocking aura. Therefore, if one were to compare it, one would subconsciously look down on it. This was the case for Zhao Han. When he sensed the power of Yan Chutian's counterattack, the despair in the depths of his eyes became even more intense. In his opinion, there was no way such a spiritual art could fight against Lin Yao's blood pagoda. At the same time, a trace of mockery appeared on the forest demon's face. Such a weak spiritual art dared to try and fight against her blood pagoda? She did not mind letting him know what it felt like to die. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, in reality, it only took a few breaths' time for the 2 attacks to converge. In a few breaths' time, the ray of starlight collided with Lin Yao's blood pagoda. In the instant of the collision, there was no shocking shockwave. There was only the scene of 2 completely different colored powers corroding each other. However, even so, it was enough to make Zhao Han and Lin Yao's expressions change. This was because they thought that Yan Chutian would not be able to resist much and would be easily defeated. However, the situation in front of them seemed to have exceeded their expectations. Damn it! The forest demon let out a low cry. Her calm and indifferent face was already filled with anger. It had been the same before. Just when she thought she could easily defeat Lin Yao, the situation suddenly turned into a stalemate. However, she had just made a threat this time. If Lin Yao blocked it again, it would be the same as slapping her face. Die for me! Immediately afterward, the furious forest spirit let out a fierce roar. At the same time, her berserk power surged even more violently. A blood-red color spread wildly within the black and purple pagoda. Under the dazzling red light, an even more terrifying, destructive power surged. And it seemed that because of his strength, the power of the blood pagoda finally suppressed the light of the star mark bit by bit. This caused a trace of joy to appear on the forest spirit's furious face. However, her joy only lasted for a few breaths' time. She suddenly realized that the ray of starlight was tearing apart her pagoda power bit by bit. Even the blood pagoda was gradually being torn apart by the ray of starlight. How is this possible? Lin Yao screamed in her heart. How is this possible? How can my blood pagoda be torn apart by him? What kind of spiritual art is that ray of starlight? At the same time, Yan Chutian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the ray of starlight had finally torn apart Lin Yao's pagoda power. However, he had expected this to happen. The 5 elements fragmentary star mark's power was already close to being complete. Even if the power that erupted from it was not at the quasi-divine heavenly level, it was still at the peak of the demonic heavenly level. The result was indeed as expected. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhao Han's eyes were wide open as he watched the scene unfold before his eyes. Unconcealable shock continuously surfaced on his face. He did not expect Lin Yao, who had displayed such a terrifying attack, to be unable to defeat Yan Chutian. Instead, her spiritual art was being torn apart. It was at this moment that Mu Yoshue's tensed heart finally relaxed. Following that, a faint trace of joy quietly appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. She knew that Lin Yao would never disappoint her. Every time an outsider thought that he had reached his limit, something unexpected would happen. Just like in the Inyan land, just like in the array formation assessment, and just like in front of her. Boom! A loud, rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and this rumble was also the time when the result was decided. The ray of starlight finally tore apart the pagoda power. Lin Yao, who had suffered a backlash after her blood pagoda spiritual art was broken, was sent flying even though she was not attacked by Yan Chudan. She was in a sorry state. Needless to say, when the remaining power of the attack came, even if he hastily condensed a defense, it was still torn apart by the power. Then he was suddenly smashed backwards, leaving a mark on the ground that was dozens of feet long before gradually coming to a stop. At this moment, the forest demon no longer had the high-spirited demeanor of the Sky Ocean Valley's pride that she had when she first appeared. She was now covered in blood. Her clothes were tattered, and her aura was weak. She was no longer as strong as before. After ending up in such a state, the forest spirit could do nothing but glare at the culprit who had caused all of this. She could only drag her weak body and flee. Only a furious roar filled with unwillingness and resentment echoed behind him. Yan Yin, Lin Yao, will make you pay for what you did today tenfold. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 616. Yan Chutian didn't chase after Lin Yao's wretched figure as she fled. It was not that he was being merciful. It was just that activating the 5 elemental fragmentary star mark had consumed too much of his energy. He knew very well that if he continued to attack, Lin Yao would definitely not allow herself to be captured. Moreover, she would definitely give it her all in the face of death. Even if he managed to kill Lin Yao in the end, he would be in a very bad situation. That was why Yan Chutian did not chase after her. After all, Lin Yao was just a defeated opponent in his eyes. If he could defeat her fair and square today, he could do the same in the future. The next time they met, he would definitely not be able to make Lin Yao pay him back tenfold. At the same time, Zhao Han was extremely shocked when he saw Lin Yao escape after being severely injured by Yan Chutian. However, no matter how shocked he was, he knew that Lin Yao had already left him in the dust. As time passed, the gap between them would only widen. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Han suddenly realized that there was no future for him. That day on the 7 Extremes peak, he had tried to kill Lin Yao. How could Lin Yao let go of such an excellent opportunity to take revenge? Just as Zhao Han had said, he saw Yan Chutian approaching him step by step. At that moment, Zhao Han's breathing almost stopped. Everyone was afraid of death, and Zhao Han was no exception. If he could, he really wanted to escape immediately. However, he was severely injured and did not have the strength to escape. Moreover, even if he had the strength to do so, Lin Yao could severely injure Lin Yao. How could he escape? As such, Zhao Han could not help but close his eyes in despair. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today. However, even after he closed his eyes for a long time, the destructive attack that he had imagined did not come. Just as he was about to open his eyes in bewilderment, Yan Chutian's cold and indifferent voice slowly sounded. "These disciples are not dead yet. I'll spare your life today. Take them all back." Hearing this, Zhao Han quickly opened his eyes. In his opinion, the other party was definitely not hesitating to kill him, so he did not understand why the other party would let him go. But he soon understood, because he saw his own appearance in the other party's indifferent eyes, his own appearance, his extremely weak appearance. He understood that he was probably no longer a threat in the eyes of the other party. It was like the relationship between a rotten worm and a giant beast. Even if the rotten worm wanted to devour the giant beast, how could the giant beast care about a rotten worm? As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Chutian didn't wait for Zhao Han to reply and immediately turned around and rushed back to Mu Yoshua's side. After that, the two of them got up and left the forest. Since Yan Chutian didn't care about Zhao Han, Mu Yoshua naturally wouldn't care either. She was originally indifferent, and before she met Yan Chutian, her heart was filled with love. He only focused on cultivation. Looking at Yan Chutian's departing figure, even though Zhao Han yearned for it, he could no longer summon any fighting spirit. Although he hadn't interacted much with Yan Chutian was always stronger than before. On the other hand, he was still in the same spot. This made it very difficult for him to have any desire to chase after Yan Chutian. In his opinion, as long as Yan Chutian was given more time to grow, there wouldn't be any disciple in the entire outer court who could be his opponent. He didn't know if he had offended such a person in the past, but if he continued to chase after Yan Chutian, what difference was there between that and not knowing the difference between life and death? At the same time, in the depths of a luxurious courtyard in the inner court heavenly array, Gu Qingyan was supporting a white-haired old man. Although the old man looked old, there was a deep light in the depths of his eyes, clearly indicating that he wasn't as weak as he looked. "Ha! Calculating the time, the test for the outer court disciples to enter the inner court should be starting soon, right?" the old man mumbled. Although he didn't mean it, Gu Qingyan's bright eyes flashed when she heard that. It was unknown what she thought of, but she wrinkled her nose. "Humph, grandfather, you don't know how ungrateful that Yan Yun is. We gave him a chance to enter the Heavenly Array faction, but he didn't cherish it at all and even used excuses." However, the old man didn't care about the young girl's words at all. He only smiled and nodded. After that, he seemed to have discovered something and suddenly smiled. "What's wrong? You seem to care a lot about him now. 9 out of 10 sentences are about him." Hearing the old man's teasing words, Gu Qingyan's face turned red and she hurriedly shook her head. "Pooey, grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I care about that fellow? I just want to see if he will be able to obtain a spot to enter the inner court in the upcoming test, since he looks down on our Heavenly Array faction. At that time, even if he cries and begs me, I won't give him any chance." As she spoke, it was as if she could already see the scene of that day. A playful smile appeared on Gu Qingyan's beautiful face, displaying the vitality and inexperience that a young girl should have. "Ha! Your idea is good, but I'm afraid that there won't be such a possibility at that time." The old man was still smiling. He didn't have any ill feelings towards this Yan Yun whom he had never seen before. "Grandfather, could it be that you still think he can enter the top 8? Gu Qingyan cried out in surprise. But after thinking about it, she recalled how unexpected Yan Yin had been that day and the many rumors about him. She didn't dare to be certain. So what if he can enter the top 8? If he can't become the champion of the outer court, even if he can enter the inner court, he won't be selected. Hearing this, the old man didn't say anything else. He only smiled and stroked the young girl's hair, his face filled with affection. You are always concerned about these things. Have you ever thought of winning some glory for your grandfather in the 8 lineage martial competition? Grandfather, the 8 lineage martial competition is still too early. Moreover, father's disciples will naturally be concerned about these things. I don't need to worry about them. As she spoke, Gu Qingyan stuck out her tongue. What she displayed was still the naivety and cuteness of a young girl. Seeing his beloved granddaughter like this, what else could the old man do? He could only bitterly smile and shake his head. However, when he thought of Yan Chutian, a bright light flashed in the old man's eyes. He was also very curious as to how far Yan Yin would be able to go in the examination. Would he be able to surprise everyone again and become the champion? At this moment, Yan Chutian, who was being targeted by others, was returning to the firmament divine palace with Mu Yoshue. After returning, he separated from Mu Yoshue and returned to his own abode. He was very clear that he would have to spend a long period of time being tied up, because he was very clear that the examination was imminent. This examination would determine whether or not he could return to the inner court. It was an extremely important step. At the same time, if he could, he had to become the champion, because only by doing so would he be able to enter his master's faction. Otherwise, the chances of him accidentally entering the faction was too small. It was impossible to know which faction he would enter. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian also unconsciously thought of the young girl who had left for a long time. That young girl who kept calling him Big Brother Yan. Presumably, she would be back before the examination, right? But of course, the one Yan Chutian would never forget the most was Chiuyu, the woman whose life was already entrusted to him. If possible, Yan Chutian really wanted to save her immediately. However, he was very clear that this was something that even his master would not be able to do immediately. How rare were natural treasures! It was even rumored that they would only occasionally appear in forbidden grounds. However, without natural treasures, Yan Chutian found it hard to imagine what else could save Chiuyu. With many thoughts in his mind, Yan Chutian gradually calmed down after a long time. After calming down, he took out the bead that seemed to be a dragon bead as usual. He then released his true dragon will and devoured its power to his heart's content. At this moment, his originally illusory true dragon will had become incomparably solid. At the same time, the dragon will that spread out became even denser. Yan Chutian knew very well that the dragon will's pressure was the most terrifying to spirit beasts. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that a true dragon was the overlord that stood at the top of the spirit beast world. There were very few spirit beasts that could be a match for it. Nonetheless, no matter how his dragon will devoured, the bead that seemed to be a dragon bead did not change at all from the beginning to the end. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the bead's power was too massive, so no matter how his dragon will absorbed it, it was only a drop in the ocean. Or it could recover on its own, like a fountain that would never be exhausted. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu's mobile version reading website. Chapter 617. It was not that Yan Chutian had never thought of absorbing the energy within the bead and using it for his own cultivation. It was just that every time he tried it would end in failure. Even if he continuously used the power of qi to refine it, he could not refine anything from the beginning to the end. After a long while, the dragons will once again return to its body to sleep as if it had eaten its fill. Yan Chutian put away the bead and turned to his daily cultivation. Even though the effect of this kind of cultivation was extremely weak, the adjustment of one's body was incomparable. How could Yan Chutian, who was well aware of the reason behind this, not take it seriously? Time always passed extremely quickly in peaceful days, and the more time passed, the nearer the test that everyone knew was coming. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere of the entire outer sect was faintly stirred up. Many disciples could see that the disciples who had quite a reputation in the outer sect were already impatiently taking action. At first, they would be surprised, but soon they were used to it. After all, the exam was approaching. All the outer sect disciples, especially the top disciples like them, would naturally want to work harder, because maybe with this extra effort, they would be able to advance to the top 8 in the exam and enter the inner sect. Yan Chutian did not blindly follow the trend, but he would definitely not let himself fall behind. He quietly cultivated in an orderly manner, and on this day, he once again came to the Qi Refining Tower. The Qi Refining Tower was the best place to cultivate, and it was not easy to enter. And this time he was able to enter and cultivate because he had been working hard these days. However, this time, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that it was different from before when he came to the Qi Refining Tower this time. There were too many disciples around, and those who were able to appear in the Qi Refining Tower were probably the best among the outer sect disciples, if not the best. The current Yan Chutian was no longer like his previous life. Even if he became the number 1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace, he still knew very little about the sect. He already knew that most of the best among the outer sect disciples were the ones who were most likely to stand out in the exam and enter the inner sect. Looking over, Yan Chutian inadvertently saw a slender figure. Although he had never seen this person before, he knew his identity at a glance. Tong Kong. A name flashed through Yan Chutian's mind, and some descriptions of it appeared. Tong Kong's cultivation had already stepped into the 7th level of the Yuanying school, so he wasn't much weaker than Guohong. Such a person was truly an outstanding figure among the outer sect disciples. Seemingly having sensed Yan Chutian's gaze, Tong Kong inadvertently glanced back. Although it was just an indifferent glance, this glance caused Yan Chutian to feel extremely pressured. Just this one glance was enough for Yan Chutian to confirm that this was definitely a ruthless character. But at this moment, Yan Chutian sensitively noticed. He sensed that there was another pair of eyes looking in his direction. He immediately looked back, as if sensing something, and was surprised to see a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling. Yan Chutian also recognized him at a glance. His name was Hu Yuan, and his cultivation was slightly lower than Tong Kong's. He was only at the 7th level of the quasi-Yuanying school. However, Yan Chutian still cannot underestimate this Hu Yuan in the slightest. Even if he was only at the 7th level of the quasi-Yuanying school, Yan Chutian didn't have much confidence that he could contend against him. After all, the disciple from the Tianyang Valley that he had defeated not long ago was only at the 6th level of the Yuanying school. The difference between the 6th level of the quasi-Yuanying school and the 6th level of the quasi-Yuanying school was not small. Back to the topic, when their gazes met for a moment, Hu Yuan retracted his gaze and stepped into the Qi Refining Tower as if nothing had happened. This scene made it seem as if he hadn't even taken a glance at Yan Chutian before. Although Yan Chutian didn't know why Hu Yuan had suddenly looked at him, he remained calm on the surface. He held his token and slowly stepped into the Qi Refining Tower. Speaking of which, although there were many geniuses in the outer sect, there was very little information about the person at the top. Yan Chutian only knew that the publicly recognized number 1 person in the outer sect was called Yi Linling. His cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Yuanying school, and he was also the only disciple in the outer sect who had stepped into the 8th level of the Yuanying school. Therefore, many disciples already believed that he was going to be number 1 in the assessment. It was impossible for Yan Chutian to say that he didn't feel any pressure towards Yi Linling. After all, Yi Linling had already stepped into the 8th level of the Yuanying school, and the difference between their realms was too great. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult to take first place from Yi Linling. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if other disciples knew what he was thinking, they would definitely laugh at him. Buzz! As the token opened the door of the Qi Refining Tower, Yan Chutian temporarily threw these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind amidst the buzzing sound. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. What he had to think about now was how he could steadily step into the third level of the Yuanying school without affecting his foundation. If he could step into the third level of the Yuanying school, even if he couldn't immediately become the number one in the outer sect, at the very least, even Guahong wouldn't be able to casually bully him. With that thought, Yan Chutian looked at the qi refining tower that he had already stepped into and started to climb up step by step. The higher the level of the qi refining tower, the more effective it would be. He only hoped that this time he wouldn't be disappointed. Last time, Yan Chutian had already reached the 9th level. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't be restricted by the 9th level. It could even be said that he easily reached the 9th level. However, Yan Chutian wasn't arrogant about this. This was because as long as one stepped into the Yuanying school, they wouldn't stop at the 9th level. In other words, starting from the 9th level was his starting point. It was also from the 9th level that Yan Chutian started to see the figures of disciples sitting cross-legged on each level. These figures were all protected by the power of the qi refining tower, so that they wouldn't be disturbed by any external forces during their cultivation. Yan Chutian didn't pay any attention to these figures and continued to climb. This time, he wanted to climb at least the 15th floor. However, in reality, Yan Chutian had only climbed to the 12th level when he felt a sense of difficulty. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeves. After each eruption, he still had the energy to continue climbing. It was also because of this that some of the gazes that saw him climbing the mountain were filled with shock. This was because they could sense that the other party's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Yuanying school. But how could a mere 2nd level of the Yuanying school be able to climb to such a high level of the qi refining tower? When Yan Chutian reached the 14th level, he saw Hu Yuan's figure on this level. Hu Yuan also looked back as if he sensed something. As their gazes met, Hu Yuan's tired eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. You can actually reach the 14th level. You are indeed not simple. He didn't wait for Yan Chutian's reply and walked step by step to the entrance of the 15th level. Only then did he look back in a provocative manner. Seeing this, Yan Chutian didn't care. After all, he didn't come for the competition, but for his own cultivation. However, if he thought that the 15th level could stop him, then he was underestimating Yan Chutian. Not long after, Yan Chutian reached the 15th level. Here he saw Hu Yuan, who was already sitting cross-legged. Similarly, Hu Yuan also saw Yan Chutian. His eyes were still flickering with brilliance as he slowly spoke. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the energy to practice the Taiyan technique, I would definitely fight you today. But it doesn't matter. After we go out, we can fight. At that time, I want to see if you can still surprise me like you do now. Before he finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of the 16th level and continued, Go on. Tong Kong has already reached the 16th level. I think he will be very surprised if you go up as well. This time he completely quieted down after he finished speaking. It was obvious that he had begun to practice the Taiyan technique. After hearing his words, Yan Chutian didn't know what kind of expression to show. He had encountered an opponent for no reason at all. However, he didn't have any ill feelings towards Hu Yuan. This was because Hu Yuan's words didn't have any hostility or viciousness. There was only curiosity and fighting spirit. However, what inevitably gave Yan Chutian a headache was that if he didn't have great achievements in the qi refining tower, he would be in an extremely sorry state if he really fought with Hu Yuan after he left the tower. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:18. Yan Chutian also knew that now was not the time to think about this. However, even though he had only expected to reach the 15th floor, since he still had the energy to spare, he naturally wanted to take a look at the scenery on the 16th floor. Thus, after a moment of silence, he once again took a step forward and walked towards the entrance of the 16th floor. However, the pressure on the 15th floor was already too great, so much so that every step he took felt like he was sinking into a quagmire. He had to use all his strength to take another step forward and get closer to the entrance. At this moment, Yan Chutian, not to mention the mysterious Yang Qi and the strength of his physical body, if possible, he really wanted to use his array Dao attainments. Unfortunately, his array Dao attainments were obviously useless in climbing the Qi refining tower. Moreover, those array Dao geniuses would not climb the Qi refining tower. Instead, they would focus on studying array Dao and strive to improve their array Dao strength to the next level. Fortunately, even though it was extremely difficult, Yan Chutian still managed to reach the 16th floor of the Qi refining tower. Looking over, there was only one figure sitting cross-legged on an empty floor. Even without looking, Yan Chutian knew that this was Tong Kong. However, the latter obviously did not have the time to care about Yan Chutian. The power of the Qi refining tower behind him was enough to block any external disturbances. Thus, the current him was clearly immersed in his cultivation. Seeing that Tong Kong had already immersed himself in cultivation, Yan Chutian did not mind. Instead, he continued to move forward with difficulty. Finally, he slowly sat down in a corner of the 16th floor. Thinking about it, the 16th floor should be enough to meet his expectations. As for whether or not he could safely break through to the 3rd level of yuanying, he could only rely on himself and the heavens to decide. Huff! In the next moment, after exhaling a breath of air, Yan Chutian slowly closed his eyes and completely immersed himself in cultivation. Therefore, he did not know that at this moment, the figure who had been sitting cross-legged the entire time suddenly looked over with an indifferent gaze. At the same time, a murmur that only he could hear slowly lingered in the air. The 2nd level of yuanying, huh? Interesting. Time always passed quickly during cultivation, especially in a precious environment like the Qi refining tower. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At the last moment, after half a month had passed, there was finally some activity at the 15th level of the Qi refining tower. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling fire spread. At first, it was only for a breath, but in the blink of an eye, the fire connected into a monstrous curtain of fire. As it burned fiercely, it was difficult for even space to exist. It was forcefully burned and collapsed. Such a scene caused Hu Yuan, who had been sitting cross-legged for more than half a month, to immediately reveal an expression of unconcealable joy on his face. He did not let him down. After half a month of bitter cultivation, he finally grasped the Taiyan flame arts. Another level up. In this way, he would have more confidence in the upcoming assessment. Hu Yuan gently clenched his right hand. Immediately, the flames that filled the sky swept over and surged into his palm. However, at this very moment, the extremely shocking flames could not harm the palm at all. This was because the palm was the owner of the flames. After withdrawing the flames, Hu Yuan looked in the direction of the entrance to the 16th level. Although he had been bitterly cultivating the Taiyan flame arts for the past half a month, he did not neglect his surroundings. Therefore, he was certain that neither Tong Kong nor Yan Chutian had come down during this half a month. In other words, the two of them were probably still bitterly cultivating. With this thought, Hu Yuan, who originally wanted to leave, immediately sat down cross-legged. Since the others were bitterly cultivating, he naturally could not fall behind. Moreover, when he said that he would fight with them that day, it was not just for show. Firmament, God Palace, Outer Sanctum. 2 beautiful figures, one red and one white, gradually appeared at the entrance of the outer sanctum. Looking at the somewhat familiar scene in front of them, they could not help but reveal a joyful expression. Luo Yu looked at the beautiful figure in white beside her. She could not help but be shocked by the other party's talent and luck. This time, it was certain that the other party would at least be able to enter the inner sanctum. However, looking at the joyful girl, Luo Yu could not help but think of the young man's figure. After receiving so much information, she would no longer look down on the other party. Even so, in her opinion, there was still a big gap between that guy and the current girl. However, it was also good. According to the bet made long ago, Let's see if you have the ability to enter the inner sanctum openly. On the 16th level of the Qi refining tower, he had been in seclusion for almost a month. After such a long period of seclusion, not only did Tong Kong not show any signs of fatigue, but he also became more energetic. Obviously, under such seclusion, he had also made a lot of progress. However, when he inadvertently looked away and saw the still motionless figure, he could not help but feel puzzled. On the 16th level of the Qi refining tower, even he, who was at the 7th level of Yuanying, had made a lot of progress. However, this guy, who seemed to be at the 2nd level of Yuanying, did not seem to be affected at all. What was going on? Tong Kong's eyes narrowed slightly. He still could not figure out the answer and could only sigh in his heart. It was indeed strange. After all, it was strange that the other party could reach the 16th level with such a cultivation level. In fact, it was not that Yan Chutian did not want to break through. On the contrary, he wanted to step into the 3rd level of Yuanying very much. However, he always felt that he was missing something if he did so rashly. However, he could not tell what it was that he was missing. Such a situation made Yan Chutian sigh inwardly because it was impossible for him to continue like this. If he could not find what he was missing, he would not be able to find it. If he could not find it, then he could only break through like this. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to decide to break through like this, the dragon intent in his body, which was silent, suddenly wandered all over his body. At first, Yan Chutian did not know why, but he was shocked to find that wherever the dragon intent wandered, the empty feeling disappeared. In other words, the dragon intent had made up for the missing part. This caused Yan Chutian to be pleasantly surprised, following which he no longer suppressed his cultivation and immediately began to break through. At the same time, Tong Kong finally felt normal when he saw that Yan Chutian had finally begun to break through. Otherwise, it would be strange if he could not break through after cultivating for almost a month on the 16th level of the Qi refining tower. However, even if he broke through, he would only break through to the 3rd level of Yuanying. In terms of cultivation level, it was nothing to him. Half a day later, the commotion caused by Yan Chutian's breakthrough gradually subsided. He was not disappointed and smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of Yuanying. Yan Chutian had already stepped into the 3rd level of Yuanying. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if he encountered Guahong, he would be able to deal with him for a while. He was no longer a persimmon that could be easily defeated. However, it was also at this moment that Yan Chutian hurriedly looked in the direction where Tong Kong was sitting cross-legged. He was in a hurry to break through just now, so he did not notice if the true dragon intent had leaked out. After all, it was not a good thing for him to have the true dragon intent. Looking at the line, Yan Chutian finally realized that Tong Kong had left without him noticing. After all, Yan Chutian had already vaguely sensed that Tong Kong should have finished cultivating. Tong Kong must have left while he was in the process of breaking through. Since the breakthrough was complete, Yan Chutian did not hesitate. He simply rested and prepared to leave the Qi refining tower. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, even his muscles and bones were a little rusty. However, Yan Chutian did not expect to hear a familiar voice as soon as he walked down the 1st level. "Hey, I thought that Tong Kong had lied to me. I didn't expect you to come down in just half a day." Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately looked over. In the next moment, a slender young man appeared in his line of sight. Who else could this person be other than Hu Yuan? At the sight of Hu Yuan, Yan Chutian was clearly taken aback. He had never imagined that he would encounter Hu Yuan on the 15th floor. And from the looks of it, could it be that he had deliberately waited here? "Why are you looking at me like that? That day, I said that I would fight you after I left the tower. Of course, that's what I meant. It's just that it's a little strange to wait outside the tower, so I waited here. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 619. If it was a month ago when he entered the Qi refining tower, Even if Yan Chutian had the guts to say those words, he knew that he would be in an extremely sorry state if he were to fight with Hu Yuan. However, things were different now. Now that he had broken through to the third level of the Yuanning technique, the result would be difficult to predict. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not reject Hu Yuan's challenge because he wanted to see what level his strength had reached. Seeing that Yan Chutian had actually agreed, Hu Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Soon after, a deep pit appeared on his face. It seems that breaking through to the third level of the Yuanning technique has given you quite a bit of confidence. He was not someone who did not have a discerning eye. Naturally, he could see that Hu Yuan's cultivation had broken through to the third level of the Yuanning technique. However, if Hu Yuan thought that Hu Yuan could fight against him because of this, he would be underestimating Hu Yuan. Not to mention that Hu Yuan's cultivation was already at the 7th level of the Yuanning technique. His long seclusion in the Qi refining tower had improved his mastery of the Taiyin technique by another level. However, Hu Yuan did not say much about this. He only left the Qi refining tower with Yan Chutian. Private fights were strictly prohibited in the Firmament God Palace. However, if both parties agreed, they could go to the battle arena to fight. However, such battles were all sealed off and no one could watch. Yan Chutian and Hu Yuan headed to one of the battle arenas. Hu Yuan was in the center of the sealed battle arena. The enormous pressure that belonged to a 7th level of the Yuanning technique was no longer concealed and crazily spread out from his body. If one's strength was not enough, they would not even be able to resist such an enormous pressure. How could they even talk about fighting? This was the simplest method that a high-level cultivator could use to suppress a low-level cultivator. Although it was simple, it was the most effective. However, it was obviously impossible to make Yan Chutian submit with such pressure. The mysterious yang qi surged in his body and completely eliminated the discomfort caused by the pressure. However, upon seeing Yan Chutian, Hu Yuan, who did not seem to be affected by the pressure at all, was extremely calm. Indeed, as far as he was concerned, it ought to be like this. Otherwise, if Chen Shi was unable to even resist his pressure, then it would truly be laughable for Chen Shi to shamelessly accept his challenge. With this thought in mind, Hu Yuan did not think any further. He bent his body slightly and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Not fearing the pressure was only a certainty. Only the following real battle would be the true test. Hu Yuan moved as fast as lightning and appeared in front of Yan Chutian in an instant. Then, without any fancy moves, he simply threw a punch straight at the latter's forehead. Although this punch looked simple, it contained the true strength of a quasi-Yuanning stage 7 expert. Thus, the power of this punch was truly unparalleled. A punch was thrown. The space shattered into nothingness as the fist continued to spread out. The terrifying tearing power was likely to be able to severely injure a stage 6 Yuanning stage cultivator. Facing such an attack, Yan Chutian's expression was naturally grave. Even though his strength had increased a lot, he had never fought with a quasi-Yuanning stage 7 expert. However, he had never felt fear in his heart. That was it. Therefore, facing this attack, Yan Chutian similarly raised his right fist. Similarly, it was an upright fist form, directly smashing towards Hu Yuan's fist form. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. After the fist collided, both of them retreated. The only difference was that Hu Yuan only retreated a few steps, while Yan Chutian left a long mark on the ground. However, even so, Hu Yuan's face still flashed with a bright light. This was because it was a miracle that a stage 3 Yuanning stage 7 expert could fight head-on with him, a stage 3 Yuanning stage 7 expert. It was not that he had never heard of so-called geniuses who could fight above their level, but most of them were people who did not live up to their reputation. Today, Yan Chutian had given him a new lease on life. However, it was also because of this that if he lost to his opponent despite having such a huge advantage in cultivation, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, if he could, he naturally did not want to lose. Just as his thoughts were surging, Yan Chutan, who had been silent, suddenly disappeared from his spot. Then, a series of strange attacks came one after another. This scene first stunned Hu Yuan, but then he understood how cunning his opponent was. No matter what, his opponent's cultivation was still lacking. If Hu Yuan controlled the rhythm of the battle, he would definitely be suppressed. However, if Hu Yuan took the initiative to attack, the result would be hard to say. Bang! Once again, their fists collided. Both of them were still pushed back, but the result was the same as before. Again, Yan Chutian was in an even more sorry state. Such a scene made Yan Chutian have no choice but to admit that his cultivation was still somewhat lacking. The huge ability that he had created through the body imprint was being worn down bit by bit as his cultivation continued to increase. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat a Stage 7 Yuanying stage cultivator. However, in reality, he was already in a sorry state when facing a Stage 7 Yuanying stage cultivator. However, he had already expected such a situation. Moreover, it was already shocking enough that he could reach such a level with his body imprint ability. I have to admit that there is probably no other person in the outer sect who can reach such a level with a Stage 3 Yuanying stage cultivation. However, if that is the case, then the winner of today's battle will still be me, Hu Yuan. You have been in seclusion in the Qi refining tower for nearly a month and have broken through to the second level of the Yuanying stage. However, the time I have spent in the Qi refining tower is not an exaggeration. The indifferent words slowly fell, and when the last word sounded, a wisp of blood-red flame suddenly appeared from Hu Yuan's fingertips. However, just by looking at this wisp of flame, Yan Chutian felt an extreme threat. It was as if he was not looking at a wisp of flame, but a monstrous curtain of fire. Hu Yuan seemed to have seen Yan Chutian's shock. Unconsciously, even his following tone had a hint of arrogance. This is the result of my 1 month's time, also known as the Taiyin technique. Boom! This time, as soon as he finished speaking, that strand of seemingly weak flames instantly swept out into a monstrous sea of flames. Everywhere the flames passed, space was incinerated and everything was destroyed. It seemed as if it could incinerate the heavens and split the sky apart. In the next moment, when Hu Yuan's gaze locked onto Yan Chutan, even without any movement, the sea of fire seemed to have a consciousness and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Facing such a fierce attack, Yan Chutian did not have time to think. He could only use his own strength to quickly condense a defense. The mysterious yang qi in his body surged crazily. In the end, the power of the qi converged and condensed into a curtain of light in front of his body. This kind of defense was like a powerful attack that was difficult to destroy. However, even so, Yan Chutian was confident that he could block the defense of a 6th-level Yuanying cultivator. However, under the impact of the sea of fire, it was continuously destroyed like a piece of paper on a window. The pillar of flame came with a fierce momentum, tearing apart space layer by layer. It also brutally destroyed all of Yan Chutian's defenses, and finally exploded in front of Yan Chutian. Boom! A majestic rumbling sound resounded, and the aura that was sent flying seemed to be enough to tear space apart. It was hard to imagine how tyrannical the power that erupted from the center of this collision was. At the same time, Hu Yuan's expression was extremely satisfied as he looked at the magnificent explosion. His satisfaction was naturally due to the power of his Taiyin technique. In his opinion, even Tong Kong should pay more attention to such an attack. As for Yan Chutian, he should be severely injured by now, right? However, this could not be blamed on him. After all, in his eyes, since it was a battle, he had to use his full strength. If he lost and was severely injured, he could only blame himself for not being as good as his opponent. However, when the commotion subsided, Hu Yuan's originally indifferent gaze suddenly froze. At the same time, he looked closely at the center of the battle platform. This was because he saw Xia Bo's figure standing there. Even though this figure's clothes were tattered and he was covered in wounds, he still stood tall and did not lean at all. As for this figure, other than Yan Chutian, who was currently fighting with him, who else could it be? However, how could this be possible? Even if he had not used the killing move of the Taiyin technique, he should have been severely injured and collapsed after taking the attack of the Taiyin technique. How could he still stand up? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 620. However, no matter how shocked he was, Hu Yuan clearly understood that the scene before his eyes was not fake, but real. His opponent had truly blocked an attack from his extreme flame art and had not fallen. However, from his point of view, this should be his opponent's limit. Even if he could barely block an attack from the extreme flame art, he would definitely be seriously injured. With this thought in mind, Hu Yuan's expression gradually calmed down. He had no choice but to admit that his opponent had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, this was as far as he could go. Hence, he did not directly attack. Instead, he stared at the figure that had been standing since the beginning. This is only an attack from my extreme flame art. I have not even revealed my killing move. However, from the looks of it, you seem to have reached your limit. As if to confirm Hu Yuan's words, Yan Chutian's towering figure staggered a little the instant his words sounded. If he had not forcefully stabilized his body at the last moment, it was likely that he would have really fallen like this. This scene made Hu Yuan even more certain of his thoughts. However, when he looked at Yan Chutian's eyes, he could not help but be stunned once again. This was because he did not see a pair of eyes that were filled with fatigue as he had expected. On the contrary, those eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. It was battle intent. This situation caused him to restrain the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This was because he was all too clear that this was definitely not a gaze that indicated that one was admitting defeat. Since this was the case, why should he speak any more nonsense? In the next instant, specks of fire once again ignited on Hu Yuan's palm. Although they were still sparks, the aura this time around seemed to be much stronger than before. Subsequently, his palm moved slightly. As the wisp of fire flickered, layers of fire shadows continuously appeared. In the end, a pair of fire wings finally unfurled towards the sky. Under these fire wings, a lifelike fire phoenix gradually appeared. As the fire phoenix took shape, its aura steadily rose. It was only the size of a palm, but the aura that surged and spread was enough to immerse this entire space in a seemingly eternal burning sensation. The extreme flame art cultivates the phoenix celestial flame. This move of mine is called the burning heaven's flame. When Hu Yuan's final word fell, the fire phoenix, which was already filled with an imposing aura, let out a phoenix cry. In the next instant, the fire wings shook gently, and the layers of space were instantly burned and annihilated like window paper, leaving only the fire phoenix galloping as if it had the power to destroy the world. At the same time, as he watched the lifelike fire phoenix approach, an innate arrogance quickly spread from the depths of Yan Chutian's body. That was the will of the true dragon. The true dragon had the arrogance to dominate the world of spiritual beasts. Even the phoenix, which was also an immortal beast, was not in its eyes. However, at this moment, what Yan Chutian wanted to use was not the dragon will, but the 5 elements fragmentary star mark. Although he had used it the last time, after all, he hadn't activated it to the fullest. Besides, now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the power of the 5 fragmentary stars mark should have been enhanced to a higher level, right? Thinking of this, Yan Chutian gradually calmed the arrogance in the depths of his body. Then he activated the 5 elements power hidden in his body, and the power of the 5 elements fragmentary star mark appeared again. As a result, the next earth-shattering collision occurred. Majestic roars continued to resound in the enclosed fighting ring. The raging power was so strong that even a level 6 Yuanian cultivator would find it difficult to resist and could only retreat in embarrassment. After an unknown period of turbulence, the shattered space began to gradually recover, and the raging waves finally calmed down. When everything was calm again, two figures could be seen standing on each side of the fighting ring. At this time, Yan Chutian did not change much from before. He was also in an extremely sorry state. It was worth mentioning that at this time, Hu Yuan's clothes were in tatters, and there were even bloodstains under many of them. However, he did not care about this at all. He only stared at the other side, at the figure that was still standing. He did not expect that the final result would be like this. Even though he had used the killing move of the Taiyan technique, the burning sky flame, he did not secure victory. Instead, it seemed that both sides had suffered. At the same time, Yan Chutian was panting heavily. However, at this moment, he did not feel depressed at all. Instead, he was unable to suppress his joy. Sure enough, his strength had increased by a lot. At least before, even if he fully activated the 5 fragmentary stars mark, he would still be slightly weaker than his opponent. However, this was normal. After all, the Taiyan technique was not an ordinary technique. Cough, cough! He coughed lightly, but unexpectedly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Yan Chutian did not care about this at all. He only cupped his hands towards Hu Yuan and said, "Senior brother, Hu Yuan, I admit it." Seeing this, Hu Yuan had no choice but to cup his hands even though he was shocked. It was undeniable that his opponent, who was only at the 3rd level of the Yuanyin technique, had reached the same level as him in terms of strength. However, no matter what, Hu Yuan was still unwilling to admit defeat. After all, his opponent was only at the 3rd level of the Yuanyin technique, while he who was at the 7th level of the Yuanyin technique was unable to defeat him. Therefore, before he left the battle stage, he unconsciously left a sentence behind. The outcome of today's battle has yet to be decided. However, it will be decided in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and left the battle stage. Looking at Hu Yuan's figure leaving the battle stage, Yan Chutian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Hu Yuan gave him a good feeling. At least, he did not dislike him as much as Zhao Han and Guohong. More importantly, through this battle, he was able to understand his own strength. Cough, cough! However, just as Yan Chutian was thinking about this, the corner of his mouth twitched again. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, which made him shake his head helplessly. In order to accurately understand his own strength, he had paid a heavy price. After recovering slightly, Yan Chutian also leaped out of the battle stage and headed towards his cave residence. However, he would never have thought that he would see an extremely familiar figure at the mountain gate leading to his cave residence. That seemed to be Brother Yan. Along with the young girl's clear laughter, Yan Chutian saw a young girl's face that couldn't be more familiar. This young girl was none other than Cher. Yan Chutian exclaimed in surprise as he arrived beside the young girl. However, compared to him, Cher's originally joyful mood instantly became extremely nervous. This was because she could see and feel that Yan Chutian had suffered many injuries. He had just experienced an intense battle. "Brother Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?" The young girl asked anxiously. Hearing the young girl's worried words and her anxious face, Yan Chutian's heart was filled with warmth. Of course, Yan Chutian didn't want Cher to worry, so he shook his head gently and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing. I just fought with someone on the battle stage." "Who?" quickly asked. Immediately, a thick murderous intent flowed out of her. Even though she sensed that something was wrong with her and hurriedly retracted her baleful aura, Yan Chutian was still able to catch a glimpse of it. This caused Yan Chutian to be slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that Cher was different from before. She had also experienced a war of blood and fire. Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't hate this. After all, he was very clear that in the Heaven Realm, a place where the strong preyed on the weak, although being weak wasn't a sin, it would become a reason for others to bully and humiliate you. However, even if Cher wanted to know more, Yan Chutian didn't tell her who he fought with. After all, this was his own matter, and he didn't need others to stand up for him. Seeing that Yan Chutian didn't want to say, Cher didn't ask anymore. Instead, she directly supported the former and stepped into his cave residence. In fact, Yan Chutian's injuries weren't that serious. However, looking at Cher's careful look, he subconsciously felt that he had been seriously injured. Moreover, even after entering the cave residence, Cher didn't let Yan Chutian recover alone. Instead, she sat behind him and used her own strength to nourish his body bit by bit. Yan Chutian wanted to refuse, but he couldn't persuade Cher and could only agree. While being nourished by the young girl, Yan Chutian didn't do nothing. Instead, he slightly sensed the former's cultivation. After sensing it, even he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was because Cher's cultivation had already stepped into the quasi-fifth level of the Yuanin realm. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu mobile version reading website.